heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed, and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Welcome back. It's day 2, Tulpar PROTALITY EMEA Tour. Day 1 really set the scene, but day 2, this is where we are going to define the champions, as we had a good start. But before we get into the tables, before we get Felix and Gibson going into the analytics and giving us the in-depth knowledge, let's remind ourselves though, how did we get here? What was the run and what was the schedule? Well, we kicked things off and it was an outstanding 256 teams in an open qualifier, but we only took a 1 to 7. Our top 7 teams qualified through to the upper bracket. We did park between 8th and 15th into the lower bracket, but in the upper bracket it was our first time that we got these invited teams. And as I said yesterday, it was super tight. The upper bracket was a best of 15. It did not disappoint. And then we went into that lower bracket, best of 10. So we lost a day, but we didn't lose an opportunity for these teams to really go head to head. And obviously what we worked out was a bottom 8 from the lower bracket, a top 8 from the upper bracket. We cleared out day number 1 of the grand finals, but we still got 2 more days. We've got today and we've got tomorrow. And it is a breaking point though, Gibson, because today means if you don't have a good day, you're going to struggle potentially come Sunday.
Yeah, and it's a best of 15 as well, so it's not your normal best of 18, so that's 3 less maps for these teams to play over the weekend, which means that every map has that increased little bit more of value for these teams. Day 2 is usually the one where you'll see a couple of teams just get those few strides away from the rest of the pack. Like at the end of today, we'll have a very good idea of who's going into Sunday, trying to win the whole event. But it's not even that. It's the how close can those teams that aren't regional partner teams stay to the top as well, because they're the ones that have the most to gain this weekend.
We talk about teams. Let's actually have a look at those grand final teams, because I suppose it's a good time for us to remind ourselves of those global partner teams. More importantly, Felix, we have one team here which is still striving, and it means that wild card is up for grabs though, isn't it? Because no one else dropped out the LPEC at the moment.
Absolutely. As you said, I mean, Gibson just said it as well. Sure, these teams are fighting for $8,000 in prize pool, but most importantly, it is about the wildcard spots, apart obviously from the partner teams that have already been invited. And that's why also maybe winning this whole thing isn't even necessarily needed. And that's the whole point of it. If you've got 4 partner teams in front of you, maybe even 6 or 7 at this point, you might still get the wildcard spot that you're looking for. And I mean, that's the big goal.
It is the wild card. It is the big goal. Obviously, opportunity to get yourself into PEC. But these are an outstanding bunch of teams. There were some real key highlights for me, though, from day number 1. Before we kick into the videos, though, I just want to talk about Entropic, Felix, because they were a team, even I can be honest and say, I'd expect to do okay, but I didn't expect to do as well as they did. And they did close out day number 1 on top. And they're the ones now that have got to continue, I suppose, that momentum they've got from day number 1.
Yeah, Choppy yesterday, the team with the most placement points. That just goes to show you, just straight off of statistics, that these guys have done a great job of their macro game. They've made it into a late game almost in almost any round, right? Top 6 was the case in almost any round. So yeah, also a great balance between kill points. So these guys, yeah, had a massive day. I was surprised, honestly, because we've seen the qualification from this team and they haven't looked convincing as much as they did yesterday. But then again, 1 day only, and you got to keep it up there if you want to stay there. And you asked me this question yesterday: do I expect them to stay after day 2? I said I'm not so sure, and I'm still not so sure at this point.
They are a team that has an advantage over a lot of these teams, though, and it's the fact that they've been playing together for a long time. Not underneath the Entropic name, but they have a very good idea of how to play with each other, how to use each other to get into very advantageous positions, and that's something that a lot of these teams don't have. Like, you look at Navi, it's a whole new roster. BBL, they've made changes. Even the rosters that made a few changes, like Mad Bulls, that's not the roster they've been playing with all day today, never mind all tournaments. So they do have consistency, and that is helping them out a lot. And another team that has a lot of consistency is Ascend. You know, they've got the roster back together. You've seen the fact that they're playing the macro really well. It's just they're not picking up the kill points, and we'll talk about that further today, I'm sure.
Yeah, honestly, I was concerned with Ascend yesterday because we all said these guys got into the positions they wanted to, into positions that had them at least 3 up in the late game, and usually that's when Ascent strives, right? That's when they can use their fragging ability and use their quick decision making, which you've seen in the qualification as well. I mean, just remind yourself of the upper bracket, right, in the Miramar games that we've seen. But that wasn't the case yesterday. They had so many good options. People were telling in the chat as well. Is this the circles that they haven't been given throughout the last year? Because apparently they are inside the circle in almost any P1, P2, and P3. But yeah, they unfortunately didn't get into any fragging positions, and I'm hoping that's going to change today because I feel like they need it. This is a very unrecognizable situation for them, I want to say.
You know, gifted with his own is never a gift for everyone, is it? And I think the biggest thing for Ascend for me is that keeping 4 alive. People underestimate. They're all fraggers in this lobby here, but having that extra gun at the end, I think it sometimes is key to remain. Let's have a look back though, some of these highlights that we got from day number 1, because there was a lot, and some of the outstanding stuff, especially from a team like BB, as we saw a little bit on the second Miramar. I think that was a turning point, but this zone here, Gibson, was huge. And look, we mentioned Entropic already. They were down the bottom, but at this point we were singing BBL.
Yeah, it was the busy bees that were BL in this circle in particular, and they played with Iroh just holding the far side of the circle. He was keeping an eye on any teams that could potentially roll in and wrap around from the southeast, while he was able to allow the other 3 players to get aggressive on the north. It was fantastic flank cover for them. They didn't actually win this map. It was won by Entropic because I think Iroh was a little late joining the party at the very end. But you can take nothing away from Entropic here either. Like, they fought their way hard through the whole fight to get in there.
I can only agree with what you just said. I feel like Iroh has been a key part yesterday of BBL's success. They're on 6th place at the moment. And yeah, you were talking about these 3-1 splits yesterday. They've been able to do on this game as well, Miramar. You can see it in the very far north of the corner as well. Iroh had great support for his teammates. But then again, we've been missing this Iroh consistently. And I feel like that's the problem. He has to show up today as well. If that happens, I'm not concerned for BBL.
BBL, definitely more consistent, I feel. And we've spoken a lot about 3-1 splits. And I definitely feel like I've seen it more now in the 2024 season. BB team, on the other hand, they still opt to mainly go for a 2-2 split. It seems to be their play style. And this was unfortunate, obviously, for Ascend. Big kills, though, from Phil first. He put a 2-pack on, and then Ascend, yeah, they were so close. Pretty much a lot of these games here, Felix, they were always in, as you said, that kind of top 6 position. They just didn't have the guns all the time remaining.
Yeah, I feel like it was the same for BB team throughout the game, even though they were able to actually finish the games, right? Ascend really wasn't. Yeah. So, yeah, I said it before. I feel like this hasn't really benefited them as much as maybe it would have other teams, that they were able to rotate relatively easy into lots of these circles. And that's just the thing with Ascend. Ascend isn't used to play like that. Ascend isn't used to have this easy entry. They're used to maybe make some fancy splits, maybe pick off a player here and there, and then fight their way in, right? Make smart and creative moves as well. And they haven't really needed to do that yesterday. I feel like that's what kind of surprised them as well.
Well, let's talk about some of these other teams at the top here. FaZe, as we can see on our clan, now they smashed their way through upper bracket, and I think that was a massive surprise. I think we need to drop the FaZe Sundays now, because it's FaZe every day in my eyes. And Fex was a big delivery for that, though, wasn't he, Felix? Because he was always there. They were always being creative. They haven't really changed their game plan. It is the FaZe that we're used to, but they're just putting in so many more kills.
Yeah, there's a reason he is at the very top of the leaderboard right now in terms of kills, and he's there by 6 eliminations difference, right? He's had 17 frags in 5 games. Like, how crazy is that? We've seen the situation yesterday on Erangel as well, the very last game. FaZe knew, first of all, they knew a phase before the game even ended, what they needed to do, like 3-4 phases even, right? They fought on the southern side, then Fex rotates into a random shack, 1v1s the player, gets 2 frags there, headshots a guy at the very edge, that was one from Young Danes, with the AWM, takes out another team, gets another point, and then takes down 2 from Entropic in the end as well. I mean, how more crazy can this guy get? He's so far been the star player of the tournament. Apart from that as well, we've seen qualification games in this tournament as well. Lower bracket, I believe it was. Excuse me, upper bracket, I believe it was, where you had 10 frags in one of the rounds. Just completely bonkers to think about. 17 frags so far in 5 games. He might still stand there with making nothing else today, and it's unbelievable to think about. He's having one hell of a tournament. And
it's really good for them that they had Sparking, you know, in the upper bracket, putting up big numbers like that for FaZe as well. He played 2 days. He was a big part of their success. A thing that you got to keep in mind, though, if you are watching from home, is Sparking's a very different type of player than Corexi as well. So FaZe are kind of juggling their style around a little bit to help Sparking out, but they're just a juggernaut. Like, they're the type of team that can still adapt to these sort of things because of the individual skill level that the players have. And just the ability to pick up points in lost games is something that FaZe have kind of always had. And if you're a FaZe fan going into PEC, you're going to love what you've seen so far over the course of tonight.
Oh, yeah.
But another team that's lighting up the skill feed there in this last map were the eventual winners, and they were Mad Bulls. They were the definition of feast or famine yesterday. Like, if you were to think about your head being above water as a really good game and having a high ceiling, a couple of their games, their feet were concreted to the bottom of the ocean because they were struggling to pick up some kills. It's one of the things where if Mad Bulls can find that consistency, and when you look at the players that they have, it should be a no-brainer that they will click and they will pick it up. Now, again, they're playing with 3 of their 4 because technically Molodok isn't on the roster anymore. They're still a team that I think are getting into their sprint now. You know, they spent the first few maps walking, jogging. They're getting into their sprint, and I think they're finding momentum at the right time. And I think they performed pretty well today as well in PEC quals.
Yeah, performance day was well. Again, I was checking out the leaderboards. I know we were having a discussion about that. Mad Bulls, yeah, look, have they left the momentum build too late? Is the factor of the third player or the final player for them, and there's a 3 solid going against them? I don't know, but we are on that cusp. And obviously, we have a look in the prize pool shortly, but it is 1-8 here. There's a couple of teams which I think fell short yesterday, and again, still a bit of a surprise. I'll pick on the obvious though first, Felix. Twisted Minds. Let's talk Twisted Minds at the moment because they only bagged 1 placement point. They still put big kills on. They still found themselves in great position, but they were unable to get past that top 8 spot.
Look, I'm laughing because we've seen this situation, almost this exact scenario in the very first stage of this tournament. We've seen them in the upper bracket, and they unfortunately got sent to the lower one. We all knew they would still make it, but we thought it was going to be different in the grand finals, right? The start wouldn't happen again. And yet it does. I think they didn't have a single placement point in the first 10 games of the upper bracket. So, once again, it's crazy. It's crazy to think about. This is such a talented roster. I gotta say, though, they did have a better start overall than the upper bracket, I feel like, because the way they did take the fights here was more convincingly than in the upper bracket. I feel like this goes to show you as well, the 19 frags, they didn't come by accident. I feel like it was very calculated when they took the fights. Unfortunately, it was almost never clean. It was almost never clean. There were lots of isolated fights, which was great. Once again, that's the calculation I want to see from them, especially in the early game as well. But it was almost never clean. If they fix that, I am not worried at all. I think today is going to be the day they will show it as well. They thrive under pressure, and once again, day 2 is the day that's one of the most important ones. I want to argue the most important one, actually.
It's funny when you actually look at the bottom 8 as things stand. You've got 4 of the regional partner teams in there, and apart from the 1 win that was gathered by BB team on that second Miramar, if you ignore the win, between them they got 10 placement points the whole day between those 4 teams, right? So ignore that win. 4 regional partner teams got 10 placement points. What does that tell you? It tells you that they're struggling to adapt to the lobby a little bit. I don't think that circle luck, or what people call circle luck, is really going to impact these teams. They're way too long in the tooth to get caught out by any circle or any rotate that come in. They should be prepared. They're just not firing at all cylinders, and with all these major events starting in 1 week's time or less, this ain't looking good for them. And it's certainly a good thing for those other teams that aren't regional partner teams that want to get some prize money, that want to get those wildcard spots.
Yeah, look, you're saying circle luck, and I think that's a big target. We all know, we've heard it so much. PUBG's the numbers game, right? And also these teams, especially SM was one of them, their playstyle revolves around winning the games that they should, and that involves the circles that they get. And that's why I'm so concerned about some of these teams. We've also seen circles with Twisted Minds where didn't have to rotate much in the first 3 phases. And these are usually the ones where everyone's like, hey, okay, this is one of these rounds that you just need to pick up. Right? It is a numbers game. You're not getting the circle every time. You might not even get them in 5 games, but you will get them eventually. In 10 games, usually there's maybe 1 or 2 games in there that you just should win, right? Just statistically. And so far, yeah, that's the same Twisted Minds as lots with the other teams down there, with the partner teams. They have been given the circles. I want to say HAL not as much, but some of them have, and they just haven't used the opportunity.
Let's talk about HAL though. So another team that I want to discuss. They started strong. Couldn't really get anything else from it. I do think they struggle with the differences where we go from that Tego, Miramar, and obviously Erangel. HAL looked good in the lower bracket though, Gibson, but it's like they've reset again back towards the upper bracket mindset, and they've really got to shake this now because it is day 2 of 3. So this is coming into the halfway point, and HAL, another team which I'd expect to be sitting at least mid-table, if not higher.
still, I think, how do I word this right? I still don't think they've found their groove with Code Marco, right? When you seen them pick up Code Marco, it was like, this is a brilliant pickup. He is going to give them that little bit of a cutting edge. He plays on the front foot. He's high, he's more aggressive than the average player that plays inside comp. And I feel like they're still finding a way to play to assist him to be the best. Like, we've seen him die several times by himself, or even more, which I think is even worse, is his teammates aren't playing close enough behind him whenever they get into an engagement. Like when they're pushing compound or when they're getting pushed, I feel like the rest of the team are just a few seconds further behind him than they should be. And you really got to play on a player like that's coattails. Like, you got to be there, because he's going to throw caution to the wind, and he expects that when he gets knocked, that his teammate's there to get the trade straight away.
Let's talk about coattails, though, and talking the other side of the table. Young Danes. Come on. They were a team, I think a lot of people have got a lot of love for them in chat, but expectations are a lot lower. They are an example of how close that team sticks together. If you're taking a fight with one of them, Felix, there's normally... At least Pixel is right on your tippy toes behind, so that is a great example of a team that might not have the depth of knowledge of a Foot or a FaZe, where they've played for a long time together as a four, but they're using the number advantage against some of these other teams.
Yeah, and I want to say this is a perfect example of how this lobby is different, and lots of, I suppose, for lots of other lobbies we've seen in the last 3 months. Very edge heavy at times, especially. I mean, just take a look at some of these lower bracket games. The first 3 games, we've had like what 9 teams in Phase 4 to some, or maybe 10 teams to Phase 4. Let's go show you. Lots of people like to fight early, and that also means if you do split on the edges, you're very likely to lose a player, and that's why grouping together sometimes. I'm not sure about the grand finals anymore. I feel like that's just for the start maybe relevant, but the later it goes, I think that advantage shifts. But yeah, it goes to show you that if you do stay together, there is an advantage to that. There's an actual advantage depending on how these teams in the lobby plays. And Young Dan's a perfect example of this. I think they do stay together really well. I also got to say, though, without Paige, I don't expect him to play today. He was just a sub for the lower bracket, as we've heard from these guys. Due to the fact that he hasn't played yesterday, I think that is an impact factor. And I think that might just be the impact factor on whether or not they get the slot. Because so far they have been playing great, but they might just need another carry.
Oh, that's a big call. Look, I'm going to ask for a quick call from you. You've got to be quick, though, because the plane's been checked in. Who is taking game number 1 today?
You know me, Mark. Got to go with the send, right?
That's it, send and not getting the win, Gibson. Right, Felix, thank you very much. Sit back, relax. I'm sure we're going to get your wise words after this one, though. But Gibson, it is time for us to get ready. It is going to be in Miramar. It is best of 5. It's not a bad flight path, so expect a good early game here from some of these teams.
It is going to be a lot of fun, but the time for talking on day number 1 is over. It is time to jump into Miramar as we start day 2 of the Brutality Grand Finals.
Good flight path, though, is a north down towards the south-southwest, and we had some southwest action yesterday. With Val holding on for so long, I felt like let's talk about Ascend, because this could be, again, a type of zone for them that they were trying to play. I think they weren't expecting FaZe that came in really aggressive, if you remember, from the west, and they got caught in the town a bit longer than what they wanted to. In Tropic, though, they were the team on the outside and eventually climbed their way to victory. But one to watch. Don't expect any hot drops here, Gibson. I do expect, though, hopefully, we'll cross fingers, another Death Valley ending.
That's what you want. I want to see the other side of the map. I want to see a Los Leones finish just for the chaos that has. But we're not going to get a good idea of where it will go soon. Now, we did have a little change towards the end of last year where the circle didn't have to touch the flight path, but they've changed it back so it does have to touch it. And with the flight path like this, almost everything except for an island finish is a possibility for all of these teams. Ascend will go to Valle del Mar as we expect. Foot, they've sent T-Bone down to Drumstick Island. He'll get a vehicle, get everything picked up, get some loot, join the rest of the team crossing that bridge. I do want to talk about what Falek said, right? He has gone for or every single time you've asked him who's going to win, apart from the rounds where Ascend are playing, he said Ascend, right? Yeah. The only other team that he blessed this whole tournament was Tractor Team.
And they can win, didn't they?
Yeah, boy, do they need that luck today.
They do need that luck. I've got a question for you, Gibson. Do you prefer the flight path that didn't touch the flight zone or the path in the first circle? Or do you prefer the unmanaged land ratio shifts that we're seeing at the moment?
I hated when it didn't touch the flight path because I think it made it a lot more difficult for players, because you could kind of plan your game out when you see the flight path as to the eventualities, but when it couldn't, it was just like, this could go anywhere. Based on what we saw yesterday, though, it did look like the land ratio was kind of working properly again, Mark. We didn't have any issues like what we had on Tuesday, Wednesday, with particularly the Tego circle that was brought up. So I think we're back to normality. Hopefully we're back to normality, because I think when you get to a grand finals and when PEC spots and a massive amount of money is on the line, you want to give the best players the best possible chance to win. And the chaos that we were having over the last few weeks did not allow for that.
It is very true. There's no chaos just yet. Most teams going for their normal drop spots. Obviously, Na'Vi out with that military. Now, with the zone not shifting up to the north, that we haven't seen them make the quick, early adapt, rotate. But rotation is going to be key now. Ascend sitting themselves on the outside. They might be happy with this one. I have to look. Young Dane's now sitting the heart and the soul. They could arguably just hunker down in Bacado. Maybe try and wait. BBL, they've got decisions as well. Where do they pull up? Where do they try and stop teams rotating their way in? There's a lot of variables, though, here, because the zone could shift in a couple of different end zones.
And Mark, speaking of things, though, I want to change the focus for a second. I'm going to ask you a very few quick questions. Do you like skins?
Like PUBG skins? Or
Yeah,
like
do
the
you
program?
like, do you like PUBG skins?
Yeah, of course you do. We just played a minute ago.
Like gun skins, you know, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
How do you get those skins in games usually?
Well, you get those games if you put the magic word into chat. Because it's now just past 3 minutes, we can open up the competition for you guys and girls today. Yesterday it was Protality. Today you need to type PUBG. That's PUBG into chat. And you've got to be in it to win it for 1,000 G coin. Get yourself in. Obviously, after the 15 minutes when you start seeing the names drawn, you only need to put yourself in once. So there's no need to spam chat, but make sure you get at least an entry in. And hopefully, if you're lucky, you're going to bag yourself some G coin to win some amazing skins.
Yeah, 1 entry per day. Just type in PUBG and that's all you got to do. And if you're going to win, you'll get notified later on. So make sure you've got your DMs open as well so that we can send you those G coin if you win. Looks like we could have our first bit of proper contention here, though, Mark. Pod Samle and Plinske Bocce by Minas Generales right now. And Yuri, who had a very good lower bracket, has got that off angle here and is just waiting for the right time to strike.
We talk about momentum, and Plin's definitely been building it over the tournament. They are sitting really high at the moment, 7th place, so they are in the money at the moment. Luke Rux, obviously, he's that player that is moving, but now he's moving forward. Pod moved their way in. They know there's a drop here. I think they'll be looking for some information and intel. But you've got to be cautious. That map, though, you see Corexi. He's working his way now up towards the top. He's going to be on top of that Miramar sign and looking over. If this fight engages, Corexi might be able to get some steals on the board.
Yeah, Corexi back playing today as well. Sparking will not be playing today, and I think this is a good thing for FaZe overall. Sparking's an incredible player, but when you're used to playing with Corexi, it will help them get back to the way they want to play. Sandstorm will pass through Minas now as well, which allows Lukerux to step up and pre-fires around the corner. No damage will be found at the first attempt, but look at that. As soon as the sand comes in, that's when he starts tossing utility as well.
The only utility you can't is those smokes. If those don't know, just chuck one out, but it's not gonna bloom. And if it already had been bloomed, the sandstorm will put an end to it as well. So you can take the opportunity now just to back away, get himself a bit of cover as the sandstorm now leaves this area. Both these teams fully aware, but both these teams is taking it as a 3 versus 3 fight.
Yeah, 3v3s are interesting fights too, because you can't really spread out as wide as you normally would here either. And with Plinske Bocce in particular, oh my god, that's a nice shot by Naileup. He takes down Presenti, and I think for Pod Samle, they have decided to give. No, have they given up the ghost? No, not quite yet. They're considering it, but that's a great knock.
Reposition their cars. Just putting them in a bit more cover inside the compound. And anyone comes to that sort of west-hand side of them, Naileup, don't just try and look for another angle. But smoke is going to bless that area. But for now, it's early shots. Feels like a game 1 of a grand finals, but they are going to disengage slightly. But look at the map on the right. Actually, Rox is coming back, so both these teams collapsing that sort of solo player back into this fight. It's kind of telling us though it should want to be a winner at this one. And Pod, I think they need the points more than Plin do at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see that Rista doesn't really feel like he wants to give up this position inside the circle either. So it is that 3v4, but Lukerux is already rotating out of Minas now too. The rest of Plinske Bocce are... So they've spotted the fact that the res has come on. They're not going to stay in this fight all too long. They're prioritizing the late game, which I think stay the smarter decision to do. BB team, they're rotating in from the east just to the west side of El Pozo. And inside the circle, though, have you spotted the fact that Chris is very close to Grandes in those Chuma warehouses as well?
Yeah, there's a lot of teams pretty close, apart from Navi and FaZe, which are coming in this eastern side. Everyone's donutted up, give or take. There's a couple either side. It's Chris, he's moved in. Now, don't forget, Ascend will know that Entropic will drop there. But look at this, the Tractor team's put a first kill on the board. They need a good start today. As I said, this is the halfway point. It's best of 15. And this is game number 6. So, Tractor team, a lot of fans in chat. They will eager to ensure they impress, especially on the Miramar, because they seem to be more settled on an Erangel.
Yeah, and they look like they're going to get a second point on the board here too, as every point matters. Jambo confirming out that one. And for Exhalation, that's not what you really want to get your day 2 kicked off. Thing is, we're what? 8 minutes inside the game now, so we're progressing nicely. And here's another gunfight. Marcis gets a knock on to Kiliakai, and he's going to get knocked back the other side of this one, but he was a bit isolated, so the rest of Tractor team not really close enough to take advantage of that knock.
Some would say Marcy's is the one that drives the Tractor, keeps the team. Let's see what they can do now, as he's been flushed out. They can't capitalise on that knock as well, but they got 2 kills so far, so the store of the not a bad start. They're going to be favouring a zone shift towards the west. If it goes to an east, it's going to be a heavy shift for them, and the inner caster in me thinks it's going Lost Leones, but we're going to have to wait and see. We've got about a couple of minutes though just before, or 1 minute 13 to be precise, before we know where that zone's popping.
You say inner caster, but I would say it's your inner anarchist that wants it to go back towards Lost Leones. You
Agent of Chaos.
You're like Littlefinger in Game of Thrones. You just love chaos. You revel in it, and you always say that the chaos is a ladder, and some of these teams will use it to climb that leaderboard. Everybody is in the circle, and it's not even the fact that everyone's in the circle. Everyone's deep inside the circle now too in phase 1. So for the next 45 seconds, we could see a little bit of action, and we do indeed, because that's Navi and FaZe going head to head in the open fields. And Mark, both teams trading knocks back and forward.
Both teams trading knocks on cars. I actually like that both tried to cover their own player as well by repositioning the car. Diffix though looks for the hard cover. I think he'll be going back to try and get Hakatori. But now he knows the player's down there. Goes a Kobe nade out. Does he get the connection? He's into the smoke. Doesn't get it though. And FaZe able to get one of the reses back up. And Navi looking to exchange that res again.
Yeah, it's this back and forward. However, it's still Navi that I think have the advantage on this one. They've got 4 players up. The zone shift is going to pop, and it goes towards the southwest. So not quite the Lost Leones circle, but not too far away as we go south of Chumacera for center. And I'm loving the Entropic split with this circle. They've got a very wide one, and Mark, they used a pretty wide split yesterday in that final map of the day on Erangel too.
Yes, but let's quickly talk Ascend, because they find themselves now gifted another zone. I know they're not in the middle of it, but they're the closest to taking whatever compound they want. Let's see what they can do. For now, Young Danes have lost one, so they've got to put up now and try and find what they can in the Rainbow compounds. Not a bad position. Might be able to catch quite a few teams rotating their way. How? On the other side of the field, they're doing the same, hunkering down towards Lost Leones, hoping for it to come back towards the big city. But there's a lot of teams that still remain. No one's down and out. We've only had a couple of players, so 57 people left on the battlegrounds.
Yes, 7 down already with the phase 2 shift on its way. Twisted Minds, they had, what was it you said, 1 placement point yesterday, right? If memory serves right. That means they got inside the top 8 once. And when they were in top 8, it was 8th or 7th. There wasn't a lot of joy to be had for them in the late game. And they're a team that I think revels in the late game. That's when we see the best of them. Plinska Bocce, they'll sustain a knock as nail up is DBNO, but that'll be rezzed up pretty quickly by Rista on the edge of the circle, and it is win or die putting that pressure on.
Pressure is going to be needed, and Young Danes do see the res. Pod now on the rotation, but FaZe definitely was off the fight in. But look at this, James gets some shots. He does pick up, but straight after no Presenti will put him down and doesn't even put the handbrake to go for a run over. Doesn't quite get it as James crawls himself to a little bit of victory. But here come down the rest of pod. FaZe split is a bit too far away. I don't think they're going to be able to get to him, as we can see Corexy making his way back towards the bomb.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for FaZe so far on this rotate into the zone. They've sustained another knock. James, though, will get flushed out. I don't see any way back for him, and that's what will happen. Corexy still a mile away by the barn with the blue zone to rotate into. We've seen Hjort get taken down for the Young Danes now as well. And they're a team that you said impressed you yesterday, and I got to agree. Young Danes are, if anything, they are fun.
It's just, I think I summed them up though yesterday, didn't I? It just feels like they're having fun. Now, that won't feel fun though when you put Hell of My Bad down to a one shot, but you get tabbed out, literally 1 HP here, so we'll die. I'm going to get that confirmed. Great blue zone nade from Hell of My Bad. And we need to maybe work in a little bit more from here. But they do sit on the outside. This might be a bit more of a controlled game for win or die. Make sure no team sort of come crashing in behind and then slowly work your way south in towards the zone. But it's not a bad position. I kind of like where they are. Unlike where I see Twisted Minds right underneath the eye line of BB team. If they get a bit of freedom of movement, they might want to play peekaboo down to Twisted Minds.
Why not? Twisted Minds haven't had the best day of it yesterday either, so teams might think they could take advantage of them. So it'll be fun to keep an eye on. Zone about to pop for phase 3. Do we go towards Chumasera? Do we do not up? We're going to go south. Foot in a very good spot. That's Smoke and Ace's compound. Yeah. You can see Beamy falling back to it straight away. But Navi rotated extremely far towards the south mark, and they've got full control of the south side of the map. They'll check out the hills towards their west as well, and they'll send one player deeper into the circle too. But Navi are in such a good position.
It's a good position here. It's Foot, but they give up the compound. They expect this now to play towards the top. They're looking at the lamb ratio on that south side on the hills. So they take the position. Beamy shoots out some beams towards the Young Danes, but doesn't get the connection as they will use the terrain to their advantage. But he's straight out and straight onto shots though towards Johnny from Entropic.
Yeah, Entropic gets away though. Hello, my bad. We'll get a knock on to Iro further away. BBL. I think if I'm not wrong, last time I checked the map, he was a little bit by himself. Foot though, they've consolidated everybody up. 3 players alive, Beamy, Itzy and Vard. No T-Bone, and T-Bone has been really good for them over the course of the last 12 months, so that's a pretty big loss here too.
Might be a reason why they moved in as well to this position. It's an area which you can kind of keep your head down and let the teams around you fight, and the Sandstorm will help them in that one. So we'll sort of brush past the south side of the zone, keep the cars alive. That will help. The problem is the zone puts them on the outside. They might become the centre of attention, but for now, it's not a bad spot. Plin, no, this is not a great spot.
Oh, that's a bad start for Plinsky Bocce though on the drop. Phil first will get traded back at Doozy, the last player alive for BB. So I think this is actually a 1 versus 1, and a Doozy gets the knock on to Rista. It is certainly a 1v1 now. Confirms out his kill.
No way.
But BB team are the first side eliminated, and Plinsky Bocce on the drop will get Yuri back. But what's the one thing that I always say teams usually lose whenever they take an e-pickup?
It's information.
Well, vehicles. They've got one now for free for winning that fight.
Well, they didn't have the information to drop. Mad Balls cleared that one up. Long distance shot though, so they put a kill on the board as well. Doozy won't be happy. Actually, I'll give a shout as well for the Blin, because they tried to keep the Doozy close. He just wouldn't let go of his ankles, biting at his ankles, and it was the boys from Mad Balls. They got the long distance shots across the terrain. Talk about long distance though. That's Exhalation. They've got a bit of rotation. They've had to pull up now, and they find themselves underneath in the field. And we know the Tractor team, they would like to go for a bit of farming, but for now they look on and over Plin.
Yeah, Plinsky Bocce, Yuri will get knocked by Lighted as well. Just as you mentioned, they were looking at it. They will find the knocks of Plinsky Bocce with 1 player up now. And if Tractor team have been reading the kill feed, they'll push it, and I think that they're going to, based on what I can see on my other screen. Example, we get a knock on the Blazor, but here's the rotate now from Win or Die as they follow that dirt path. Zone shift does pop now, Mark, and we've got multiple fights going off right now, and here is Tractor Team pushing on to the last player standing for Plinskaboche.
Well, I got that initial knock, so they're going to take the compound, they're going to take the car away. They reclaim it back. Shots will go through the door. That's going to try and provide some intel. There goes a nade. The blue zone's going to hold out. Peekaboo comes around the corner. And Arm says goodbye. This is now our compound. They're going to get the opportunity now to loot. But on the other side of the zone, Twisted Minds, they're going to try and get rid of the rest of this as well. As Ascend now lose too.
Yeah, that's not... Ascend like to play the edge of the circle, but they don't like it when they get crashed by teams like Twisted Minds, picking up those few points, and they'll have to play with just Kiliakai and Braxco for the remainder of this game. Twisted Minds, though, 3 kills on the board in game number 1 for them already, tripling their placement points tally from yesterday alone with kills in this first map. But Hoyle, Plinskaboche are not too far away, and you can see the Mads position, but look at Dante working with rocks to take down Get Rocks.
Edge fighting yet again. We see in the final, I think some of it is because of the zone. The Ace compound was still free. I think Na'Vi have just played into the south of it as well. So we'll have to wait and see. There's Pod now just on the outside of the zone. The next dip is going to be dangerous, and how are already there. And there's BBL. E-pick up all the way towards the south. I didn't even know the car's here. Surely the below players here. Here comes out a nade. Presenti's actually going to use that car as some cover himself. And now the Howl team come rolling out. But Presenti puts the man down. The rest of the boys are on the other side. And I think Presenti's now unresable.
Yeah, and Code Marco's the one that finds that knock. Rocks will confirm out the Mad, but Code Marco's continuing to put pressure on from far away here for Hoyle. 2 members of Pod Samlet, DBNO. That'll force them to go for the res. Pin, it's his job to keep Hoyle in their position. First nade will be thrown through the window. Will he find a knock with that one? There's Navi third-partying Pin. We'll have to push back behind the rock, but not quick enough.
No, Navi took the compound in the south as well, and they took it for free. So they are just hard covered up and trying to get some kills now on the board. Pod, difficult position. Obviously, they took the fight towards Howe. The zone pushed him away. And Rock's now laying low. Johnny's going to clear this one up. He does get it. 2 for Team Howe, 1 for Navi, 1 for Team Entropic.
And now Twisted Minds pushing up that ridge line now too. It's a very steep push, and our Tractor Team able to maybe take advantage of this. First shots will be let off by Jambo, but he's not able to get an angle inside the vehicle at all. And with Twisted Minds rotating this way, BBL could be the team that could be in some danger now too. But Mark, the next zone shift is going to pop in about 3 seconds time. We've still got 1 Exhalation player out in the blue, and it does shift and it kicks towards Navi.
Does. For Esports, they might be kicking himself on that one. They played to expect him to go towards the top. They were wanting to go into position if it was going back towards Church, but it went back and back again. Not having a big 2-2 split. Diffix and Ferris down in position actually where they're open train. If they can keep the car alive in that bowl, they might be able to wrap back. We'll have to wait and see, because all the action is going to be coming from the top here. And talk about action now, Tractor Team, they're underneath pressure as well, because they've had a slight crash on the side of the compound as Twisted Minds are running through them.
Yeah, we can see Salik running away in the distance too, but FaZe Clan will get eliminated. Twisted Minds take down Lighted and Armanzi as Tractor Team will fall as well. So Tractor Team picking up no more points. Twisted Minds up to 6 already. And look at BBL reading the fact that this fight was nearby, understanding that at some point Twisted Minds might come their way, and Smash will get the knock onto Example. And Perfectix has no real choice, Mark, but to get aggressive here, because by pushing closer to the hill, it gives him a little bit more cover. Yeah, but he goes up the hill. We're going to see like Ascend, maybe even Foot. They're going to get eyes on him. So it's just risk versus rewards. He's got away from it at the moment. Navi taking shots because that yellow number pop up. Then on the other side of the zone, Exhalation. They're running the edge of blue, and Ascend are running straight into him. Oh, yeah, this could be bad for Salik. The blue zone's doing a ton of damage though. So we'll keep an eye on the kill feed, and as he makes it into the circle, Ascend will get eliminated though. They fall in 10th place, and we've got our top 9. Twisted Minds on the verge of making it into the placements for only the 2nd time over the course of the last 6 maps. But BBL are ready, and Smash has got that first nade, tossing it towards where he heard the vehicles pull up. And as we wait for the boom to see if anyone will fall, none with that first nade.
It's phase 5, Gibson. Sheila and Perfectix can't hang out there for so long, and especially when Perfectix is taking damage from Na'Vi. Diffix puts him down, and that might just blow a hole in the side of Twisted Mind. Sheila looking to go to the top. Nade does go. Fender lost down to a ones as well, but they get the knock. The tab's down. He's down for the loot as well, and Sheila's working his way in towards zone, but technically goes down towards the zone. A lot of damage done from Twisted Minds. Aggressive move from them, but they're now on the back foot.
Example gets another kill on the board for them. Remember, this is whichever team gets the last kill, that kill is essentially worth 2 points, as it will give you the placement point as well. The Underlost gets the little first aid dropped by his teammate, but BBL are down now to a 2 as the battle for the ridgeline continues. Na'Vi have split out. You can see they were third partying this action on the other side of the circle, but this ain't good for either of these teams, as Entropic have pulled up right beside Howl as well.
Yeah, Entropic obviously clearing that other side. How do you get one of the reses back on? Step back to a 3 as well. Exhalation, who was running the blue, taking the damage from Team Ascend. I can't see Saek surviving for much more. Though they're a bit more controlled approach back. They are following now this zone. But Entropic, it's a very difficult shift for them. It's kind of like what we saw from Pods. You may have to go through Team How and take this compound away from them, because a team like Na'Vi is just going to sit there.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they're going to play this position because why not? Smoking Aces is such a good line of sight that you've got onto most of these teams, so they'll hold it as long as possible. That zone pop, though, will force Entropic and Howl closer together, and really Entropic want to find the first knock. Switching to the other side of this, Howl have got to be careful because Foot are sneaking into the zone on the other side too, and that means that Howl could get pinched.
Yeah, they've got to be cautious. I don't think unless Foot get complete freedom from Mad Balls, they won't really look up. They've got to keep alive in those smokes, and obviously how often opted to go the other way. Komarko does get Janny. But yeah, actually saying that, Ainty does pick up, so they have got a bit of freedom of movement here, Foot, and they do put one of the How boys down.
Yeah, that's a big opening knock, but Entropic have lost 3 as well. Hockey will go for the res now inside the circle, but Howl are suffering losses now too. It's just Code Marco left standing for them. He has 2 kills already, and there is some smoke, but the longer you wait, Code Marco, the more difficult this is going to be, because Entropic are going to use this opportunity to fully regroup, and there's a very real chance Entropic could get all 4 players back up here, Mark, and I think they might just be able to do that.
They might be able to. They've got time. Not a lot. 1 minute 18, that's enough to get some reses. Komarko doesn't have the opportunity. He's holding the angle, though. But he's going to wait for the sound cues. But there's no sound cues when you got Janny with a Kobe nade through the front door. Knock, knock. Entropic are here to stay at the moment.
Yeah, that's big for Entropic. Code Marco, he was probably under the mindset that he had to wait for one of them to step out, but he lost the fight. That's BBL taken down now, too, as a beautiful shot will get sent. Then it's a 4v4 v3 v1 win or die with 1 player alive, and that player unfortunately is on the northwest as well, where we've got Foot, where we've got Entropic, and where Na'Vi are holding from afar.
It's very difficult in the zone. Na'Vi have had so much control. They went very south. They got this freedom in. Don't forget they dropped Campo Militaire, right? Full wrap down. Now holding the compound. They have moved themselves to a front line. Diffic's got a bit of hard cover here. He's going to be able to provide some shots down towards Foot. We can see Vard having a look forward. And this is the space I'm talking about. If Foot moved further forward, they would expose themselves to the compound. There's a little bit of a dash they need to do, and Vard is already going for it.
Yeah, Vard is the type of player that will get aggressive when the opportunity arises as well. Gets a nice tag off with the mini, but here come Entropic, and they're coming right for Foot Esports. Nade will get thrown, but they're going to move a little bit further, and the Rock is the target. Ferris gets the first knock.
Whoa.
There's Vard with another one on to Janny. And for Entropic, that went from good to bad, horrendously quick. Na'Vi, in the midst of all the action, have gone to 10 kills, and Entropic are gone.
Good to bad, more like good to bad, bad to worse. They were going deleted from the lobby. Foot Esports now pointing back to the compound they wanted to take early, but left. And now the battle is a 4 versus 3. One is DBNO, so it looks like Foot Esports trying to take advantage of that as they do reposition now to try and get that res back on. But Hakatori, we know he can be good with these nades.
Hakatori is throwing the nades, but it is a 3v2 now, and Na'Vi will get the res off on the side of the circle, and Foot won't. Foot have 3. Navi have got even more. Nice shot sent up over to the covering player, but still not finding that important knock.
No, knock hasn't, but the res has. So Navi's back to a 4. Footy Sports unfortunately down to a 2. And got the angles now. Navi are fully pushing forward. They haven't overcommitted yet, but maybe with Diffix putting down 1, the final player, and Foot are thinking to say goodnight. Winner, chicken dinner. Navi would take it. 14 kills from the compound for Esports left.
And the Navi Nation liked that. Huge tally of points for them in game number 1 of day 2. And that's the type of Navi performance that really gets those fans excited. That's why you bring in some new young-blooded gunners into the roster. But Mark, that was another map. Speaking of another big team, Twisted Minds still didn't manage to pick up a whole pile of placement points.
No, but their stance looks aggressive. I would like to say, though, obviously the upper bracket kicked off with Navi with a win. That went well for them. So let's take a quick break. When we come back, we have our final Miramar, though, for day number 2. And can Navi go back-to-back with winner chicken dinners? We'll find out. We'll see you guys in a few.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Well, welcome back. That first game did not disappoint. I think the zone was a bit of a shock as it pulled back south and south. I really want to start things off with kind of this Navi Foot Esports though, Felix, because Foot Esports took the compound first, but they moved north. Navi backfill and took a chicken dinner. I think Foot was unlucky that the zone didn't push north again, but they didn't really out to get back quick towards their spot, did they?
Look, you're saying they were unlucky. I don't think so. I thought at the time it was the correct play, because if you play these dips, sure, it's maybe tough to rotate out, but at least if it does shift north or east or west, anything else than south, you've got good options to rotate on foot, and that's what foot esports like to do, right? They have no problem in hugging the edge if it is phase 4 onwards, and you don't do these big rotates anyways, and you know we could just focus on fighting the edge. So I don't think it was a problem at the time. Unfortunately for them, though, yeah, you're not getting the win if it does shift back south, and that's what it did. And I gotta highlight Na'Vi. They were the furthest southside team from phase 5 onwards. No one else was really contesting them. But the big thing about this is they realized this, and they were splitting 2-2. They have 2 players very early on outside in the fields, very far to the west of the compound, because they did realize no one else is here. Wait, we can take all this space. Let's just make it 2-2 split. Make sure not to get overly aggressive. Maybe not a 1-1-2, but a 2-2, so we can race each other's in case something goes bad. Maybe a knock from BBL from up top comes in, and it worked out perfectly. They denied everyone so much space just by shooting at the whole zone, and Tropic included. Great play coming out from Na'Vi.
They made the decision to rotate south pretty early as well. You know, they caught out one of the phase players going through the fields towards the west as both teams tried to follow that path in. And as you said, they got control. They took that Smoking Aces compound as well, which is a compound that I love. Like, you see a race for that compound all the time in circles like that. And I suppose it's intelligent for them, right? Because they, from their position in the south, they saw that it was vacant. They would have seen Foot leaving. And when you see that empty in phase 5, you have no choice but to take it.
You do have no choice to take it, but it was an early rotate for him. Let's talk about rotates, because multiple teams took different avenues in. Let's talk about Felix and Ascend, because you opted them to take the chicken dinner, but they wrapped into a team which was quite dangerously and arguably looking to get some more placement points on. Yeah,
very early fight with the Endowment Twisted Minds, and I'm very surprised what happened there. I wish you would see the team comms maybe, or you know, get a POE from their perspective, because as you can see, they were close to the circle center. They sent 2 players up towards the western side and towards the Twisted Might compound, at least close towards Twisted Mights. Maybe they're trying to engage this, but at the same time, while they were rotating off, the zone hard shifted east, and they still committed to it and drove right into Twisted Mights. Twisted Mights pick up both of these frags and were able to rotate into the western side and clean things up as well. So very surprised what happened there. Obviously, we don't got the whole information, but yeah, I'll be interested to see why in the first place they opted to send 2 players towards the western side, because that kind of lost them the round.
Talk about rotation in the same team. Twisted Minds, though, they started to push their way up towards the top. BBL were already here. They took that E pick up. A few teams obviously on that E rotate. Didn't quite work out for them. As, again, I think this is where we started to see Na'Vi get some kills on the board. Gibson, and then another rotate in Tropic. He went from good to bad and bad to worse. And even if they survived their Gibson, that would have been so tough to get out of, because the car might have protected you for a couple of minutes for Esports, but Na'Vi, they were already closing in as well.
Yeah, again, I'll never say a player, teams made a mistake. They went with what the information they had. They thought that was their best play. But when you've got Na'Vi and Foot, and you're trying to just thread the needle between those 2 teams, usually that is what's going to happen. Although, look, they did really well. They won that gunfight against Hoyle, and Tropic picked up a ton of points again. Even though they didn't get chicken dinner, they still played a very good game.
Well, let's talk about points, because we need to recap it. Entropic, despite there's been a lot of love for other teams to take the top spot, Entropic refused to let it go just yet. 62 points and a very good balance. 28 on placement. It's a second chicken dinner they put on the board. They'll be looking for another one tonight, but Na'Vi, with their chicken dinner, they closed the gap down into a single point there, Felix. 61 points, though, for Na'Vi after game number 1 on day 2.
Yeah, and I gotta highlight Na'Vi in this game again, especially Hakatori. His play, if you saw the end game, he was the sole play on that ridgeline against Foot, and he even made this massive frag against Rod. It was a 1v1 at that point. That just goes to show you how important this player is, and how much the team trusts him as well. They have no problem in standing back and letting Hakatori be the sole frontline. How crazy is that? Normally, you never have just a solo player fighting 3 guys close up if it's a 4-on-3 in the late game. That's, once again, goes to show you how much trust they have in Hakatori, and how confident Hakatori in himself is as well to take these fights and deserving his own. He picked up the frag against Vard and made crazy stuff happen for the rest of the players as well. I mean, this whole game essentially was a great team play from Na'Vi in general. So I gotta highlight Na'Vi and Hakatori once again. Yeah, 61 points. That's a great thing to start. Gotta highlight Twisted Minds as well, though. Once again, only 1 placement point, but 8 eliminations. Again, it's the same story all over. So at this point, I'm just waiting. I'm just confidently and casually waiting for them to get that big game there that I feel like all of us have been waiting for, because I think it's destined to come at this point, and it has to be today.
Yeah, it does. I want to touch on Na'Vi again, though, as well. Towards the end of last year, they made that really big decision. When they didn't qualify for PGC, they decided they were going to start again from scratch. A lot of fans didn't like it. They loved the old roster with Uba and Melman, but if they keep playing like this, Felix, you got to say they're being proved that they might have made the right decision.
Yeah, honestly, that's a very good point, honestly. So far, I mean, I don't want to overestimate this tournament. But then again, the stakes aren't as high generally as they are going to be in PAC, obviously with the PGS qualification up for grabs. So I don't think we're getting the full picture just yet. It's too early in the season. But at the same time, as you've said, they're playing great PUBG at the moment. And you gotta say, as opposed to GG, we've seen this team as well. The core of it, that was the Na'Vi from last year, not even showing up to the grand finals, right? They've been disqualified. So yeah, I mean, you're onto something, I think.
Well, talk about a reset. We've got to, Felix, we've got to say goodbye to you now as we reset things. The plane is loaded. The players are locked in. We are about ready to get in. It's game number 2, Gibson. It's going to be our final Miramar. Let's get into it. Here we go.
I am ready for this one. Flight path from 5 up to 10. It's southeast to northwest, just going between Chumacera and Picado at the halfway point. And it's one of those diagonal flight paths that everybody loves. I served up the opportunity for a hot take there from Felix, but he didn't really bite fully, did he? He was like, yeah, it could be the right decision.
Felix never biting. It's cool, calm, and collective. Nice flight path. Does favour this sort of southwest corner, though, again. So it seems to be 4 out of 4, maybe. We need to wait and see where that zone will pop. And those that don't know the flight path, as it gives us the diagonal, the zone number 1 has to go through the flight path. So it does mean the players will have roughly some hope and some glory. It's not going to go to the other side, but we are looking out for any hot drops. And I don't think we're going to see anything from this flight zone.
We didn't really have any hot drops on Miramar really yesterday either. I think we had 1 or 2 in Tego, and we had the hot drops on Erangel. I think Miramar, just the way it plays, we're less likely to see them. And
there is a rumour for one, though. It depends on the south. It's the south corner underneath Los Leones. It depends on the flight path. We might see teams like Ascend would like to go to a phase BB team in and around that sort of resort area, and also where Foot, their normal drop spot. Like if Entropic can't get to their Chumacera, that's their other option. So, yes, not with this flight path. If it favours a little bit more towards that east, and it's a bit more of a horrible zone, a bit like Will Die Jedrock's trying to lay down some shots, but doesn't connect, though. We will see some other teams maybe clash, but we're definitely going to see again some close hot drops, and hopefully not in Game 4 and Game 5.
Can we talk about the circle, by the way, though? We have quite a bit of water along with that south island on it. The compound Micah's in for Ascend now on the other side of the Partona Bridge. Wouldn't be surprised if they decide to keep that with a one-man. We send Chris maybe on top of the ridge line above it, looking down into the compound. And Ascend, I don't know what they've done, but it just seems like the zones have decided that they want to play as close to Ascend as possible on Miramar, and it's not the way that they want to play. But they have a decision to make, and I'll be keeping a very close eye on how they elect to play their split whenever there's so much water in the circle as well.
This is dangerous, though, for Ascend. Is because teams will wrap in early. Already phase on the move. Mad Bull's already on the move. And there too, it won't be long before we see the depth of knowledge from BB, Twisted Minds, get shifting away down. Howl the same as well. Because, yes, they've got the zone. I think Chat's right. I think Ascend didn't get the zones last year, and they worked every little grain of sand to get in and fight and get placement and qualify like we know they do. This year might be different from Ascend. They might be getting blessed with the zones. Maybe it's Felix to saying they're going to get wins every game, and maybe not the win, but they're getting given the zone.
Yeah, still, I want to see more points. We all want to see more points from Ascend. They shook the foundations of Europe last year when they won the first PEC, and they went on to an international event. And let's not forget, Mark, they were so close to winning the first PGS last year as well. They feel like if it wasn't for a certain cough NA team, that they would have won that event. So I want to see Ascend playing at their best, because when Ascend are playing at their best, it just means that everybody has to up their level. And as of things right now, when you look at this lobby, there are so many teams in this lobby that can win PEC. Most, one of these teams probably will win PEC, but so many of these teams have the potential to.
Oh, who's going to win PEC?
You want my early bet?
Let's go.
FaZe. I'm going to say FaZe.
I could say the same straight away. That's my first team I'd put my hand up for. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Unfollowed now. We've both been unfollowed by every single fan that's not a FaZe fan. They're like, yeah.
They're just on fire. You cannot deny FaZe on fire at the moment. Fegs came into today on 17 kills. 17 kills. I think the closest player was 11. He's on fire. He's fragging at the moment.
He's the Welsh wizard, right? he's so good, and it's almost as if every time he sees his family watching his performance, it ups another level as well. So it's always really fun to see FaZe when they are going in full power. But we're going to welcome back our man on the sand, Falix. What do you see?
Thank you so much, Gibson. Well, I see a Phase 1 circle that is tougher than it looks. Now, we just wanted to shout out on how tough of a circle this is, as is usual with these steep southern side Miramar circles. Because let's just take a look at this. The only two really endings you can count out is the whole of Shumazera and the whole of Las Leones, and that leaves all the middle open, due to the fact that the southern half is pretty much unplayable area anyway, so I don't think we've ever seen a shift down towards the southern island. That leaves all the centered kind of area as possible ending zones. So as an IGL, whether or not you play center or edge, you gotta know that if you don't get in there early, it's going to be a problem rotating in later in, because just of the fact how the map is structured. If you look at it, lots of open spaces, very few options to rotate in later on. That's why we see so many early rotations, and so many teams are going to gamble on an eastern or western shift as well, just based off of the fact that there's only really two rotation paths that you can take if you are in the east and have to rotate to the west. So everyone's kind of going to be forced to play edge from Phase 3 onwards, just because of the fact that reps aren't really going to be possible anymore, and that's just an interesting fact to note that IGLs have to think about, and I think all these IGLs at the moment do as well. And yeah, once again, that's where you see so many teams as well going for that early rotate and going for these early rotation timings. BBL is a perfect example of this, trying to get spots, but rotations is still going to be somewhat possible.
Those rotations are possible, but they'll be cut down pretty quickly. And speaking about things getting cut down pretty quickly, we might see BBL or FaZe Clan lose a few members early by this warehouse, because Falix, BBL, they're playing more aggressive and they're pushing it on Falix nice and early.
Yeah, I don't expect them to fight this though. I think that both of these teams will wait for Phase 2 shift at the very minimum, because it's still a good spot in the circles and no one's really going to risk that spot. At the moment, could very well still end up in these spots. And I think, yeah, once again, I think they're going to wait for Phase 2 shift. If it's a horrible shift, maybe deep towards the east or west, I think one of these teams might make a move on the other team's rotating off, but apart from that, I don't see it happen.
Thank you very much, Felix. Jumping in and giving us that insight, especially from the IGL. This is exactly why we're seeing these early rotates in. Back to action, though. And looks like with an early rotation, Entropic find the Young Danes right on their doorstep here. Jedrix is down there. We see Hawkeye extended, but he forgot about Pixels. He comes gliding out the smoke and puts him down to the dust.
Yeah, that's not what Young Danes would want, losing Hjort here now as well, leaving Keter and Pixel as the last two players up. Pixel gets himself stuck inside one of the little nooks and crannies on the side of this ridgeline, but it's much better again from Entropic. Hawkeye is DBNO, so they will want at some point to attempt to get that res off, and Johnny is just going to reposition the car to have a look at what's going on.
Yeah, I think he's come over this side, just use that hill cover now to try and get that res where possible, so he's going to try and deny anything from our Young Danes. They are split, though, Pixel and Keter. They're not in the same location, so it's kind of a 1v1. But for now, he is moving up. He has heard the car leave, so we know Pixel can be confident in these type of scenarios.
Pixel's one of my favourite players to watch, like, genuinely. We're blessed to get to see him playing Europe in some form, because he is an SSG now playing in NA, so seeing him in Protality makes me smile. And is that the most Pixel thing you've ever seen? A little toot of the horn on the way past as he makes his way in a circle. I think that he is one of the very few players that always plays with a smile on his face, no matter how bad things are going.
Just having fun. They're just having fun, and somehow they've been able to have fun all the way to the grand finals. It is, though, a grand finals, and it is best of 15 if you have just jumped in. We're on game number, or day 2, and we're on game 2 as well. So here comes this zone, and we've got a couple of teams still remaining to work their way in. And I think for now, most teams, give or take, have found the spot where they're going to be confident with. There's a lot more splits from teams. Look at How split, look at our Twisted Mind split as well. they're taking quite a bit of a gamble. And on the House case, they're looking for it to gamble east.
They definitely hope it gambles east. And I think that they're far enough into the circle that even if it doesn't go towards the east, they're close enough to where the edge of the zone will be as well. So I like the Hoyle split. Pod Samuel, they're playing with a little bit of a split. It's not too greedy. It's that kind of 3-1 where Dante, you've got Dante and Pin on one side. You've got Rox by himself over in the other compound. And BB are making it into the zone now too.
BB, already on a kill. They'll be looking for some more as well. Very consistent. We know this team obviously picked up. They're down in 10th at the moment. So I'm going to start this evening on 9th, I believe. So they are looking to maybe, like Twisted Minds, start engaging more placement points and kills. But so far, they've been able to put a chicken dinner underneath their belt. So that came from a Miramar. So we have to wait and see how they're going to play this one out. The zone's about to pop. Where's it go? Hopefully without water. There we go. Big shift towards the north. And BB team, they're still in.
Look at how quick Foot and Navi have started rotating on the southeast. As soon as that zone shifted, they were on the move already. And this is what really makes the difference with these teams. When the zone doesn't go your way, you've already got your plan on where to go, and they will take a very wide rotate back up, probably come in somewhere around Los Leones, as they will play for that edge inside the circle. Although, if you have just joined, remember this is the Protality event. If you're wondering why PUBG is getting typed in chat, it's not because we all love PUBG, which we do. There is a draw, Mark, where if you type PUBG in chat, you could win 1,000 G coin per map. And Mark, so for everyone at home, you only have to type in PUBG once, right? And that'll enter you into every single draw today.
Uno once. That is it. No more, no less, no extra, no sneakies, no double bubble. You only need to type it in once. When you type it in once, you will be in the draw, and obviously the announcement will come out. I think it's about 15 minutes, give or take, after. But for those that have some time on their hand, go check out Tulpar, the perfect gaming experience, though. They've got outstanding notebooks, so get yourself over to tulparnotebooks.de.
Yeah, I was looking at their site myself. I'm tempted. The fingers on the trigger, the same way that Ascend have their fingers on the trigger here to Pod Samulet as they push up for this compound on top of the hill on the edge of the zone. This is where I think Ascend can do a lot better. They're on the edge of the circle. They've got better position than Pod Samulet. And if they can get the opening knock, we could really see them start to build some momentum on day 2, map 2.
No surprise here. Ascend hunkered down to a tight 4-man split. Very difficult to hold this one, even if they did go for the 2-2. A little bit on the outside. Let's see how Ascend deal with Pod Samuel, the team under the plane. They are now looking down. Lots of fights. It's just been well rehearsed, though. It comes into sight of Rox. Oh, what some shots. Puts him down to 1. If he was any closer with that gun, he might have been in the dust.
It's probably 1 meter away, Mark, from that 105 meter instant headshot on a level 2. That's so unlucky for Rox. And on the other side, it is so lucky for Ascend. Just dip out of cover. Quetpa, actually, you spoke about the Howl 2-2 split. They'll find 1 kill on the foot as they were rotating in. But look at how agile the Ascend players are being, right? It's something that maybe newer players don't quite do. Is even when they're scoping like this, it's constant moving. Left, right, up, down. Left, right, up, down, right? They are not standing still to allow for the opportunity of 1 DMR bolty shot coming their way.
No, and they all reposition to deal with this sort of Western approach. Now comes Presenti into the line of sights from the IGL. Bexco takes a few shots, but no connection. Both these teams don't need to fight. Arguably, Ascend will just lock down this compound, and it's a decision really from Pod Samulet to disengage. This could be the right decision, especially if it leaves this area. Back towards the other side. The Young Danes, though, there's only 2. They've rejoined forces. That's the dangerous duo, and they're putting more points on the board. Up to 4 kills so far.
Yeah, Pixel with 3 of them. Almost a nice shot onto Exhalation there as they pushed into that shack. That was Salik. But Twisted Minds Perfectix, he will put Daboom into Daboom as he will get knocked on the side of Exhalation. Pixel with the Dragonov trying to hold back Twisted Minds, but they will confirm that kill. And this, of course, is inside the circle now too. And you can just hear all the gunshots, and that is Mad rotating past.
That is a big, mad rap as well. Zone goes back. Worth noting, Navi were in the south. less than a zone ago. They wrapped all the way out around Los Leones, coming back in this sort of north side. So they're ready for a zone shift like this one. Maybe they knew where the PUBG gods were going to put it. Blint, Yuri, we know we're going to hit some shots. Can he do it now? No. He's got 17. He's going to go for that final car. Monodoc, though, he just finds himself into cover. So Blint, they can't stay still here because a lot of teams be looking at this, though. But Nailip, though, finds that Monodoc, pulls right up in front of him. He gets a knock and he follows up straight away with a nade.
Yeah, Molodok just delivering a point potentially to Plinskaboche, but good covering fire on the other side. Nailop will confirm that kill, but have a look at this. Yuri with the off angle on the other warehouse, doing some damage. Whenever they got gunfire from the first warehouse, they didn't expect that Plinskaboche would be ready and waiting at the other one.
No, look at the other side of the screen as well as we now go across towards the setting. Kilikai is down. As, it's going to be picked up by his Chris to get a safe res. This goes down to a one-shot as well. They have found themselves in, but they are sharing this compound with Foot Esports.
Yeah, and Foot did get a knock on to Kilikai, but remember, they're not a full four-man because they lost the player a little bit earlier to Hoyle. So Quetpa picked up one of those kills. These battles of the compounds, I think Braxco is just waiting, trying to dare one of them to push through inside of Smoking Aces. I spoke about how powerful this was of a compound earlier. We've got those two teams here, Mark, and Foot don't look in any rush to leave the God building section of it.
It's difficult as well. They haven't got the line of sight, have they? And you've got to remember, they left early last game, and as a result, they might find themselves outside the zone. Now, are they going to get the zone after this one? Very unlikely. I think it comes down to those ankles. They can't play peekaboo on Ascend. They can't wrap out because Ascend will try and maybe take the shots. I think it's just to try and hold, especially they're down some numbers.
Yeah, it's a numbers game, though. Like, everything about this game has something to do with the numbers. FaZe have Corexi holding BBL on one side. The other two members, Gustav and Fex, are looking to prevent BBL access into this circle. They know that Smoking Aces is taken, so it will be a tough rotate in. So if they can get these points onto BBL, it will help them massively. And Corexi doesn't do any real damage on the first player to rotate, but Corexi knows there's still a bunch more players in that barn.
It does. Let's have a little look here now as he's moving his way down. Barrel in hand. Here's the rotate potentially. The sound cues though on the outside. Takes the shots. Gets the initial one down. And he does put smash, but not the second one as he will go and fall to Fender Lost.
This is mutually assured destruction, though, working in action. BBL, they will lose one. The blue zone will do enough damage that I don't think Smash will get brought back into this game. Now, here's the thing. If Thunderlost gets Smash up on his feet, he might be able to prevent the point from going to FaZe, and it'll be a team kill one. But no, Thunder will drop now as well. Oh my god, Iro, behave yourself.
Ready.
SKS one tap on the Fex.
I love it. Don't be putting Fex down the Welsh Dragon. Can't be going like that. Needs to get him in the car and get him shifting. Hopefully he's got a jammer. It's unlucky here from BBL because they run out of meds. Look, Iro, he's only got 5 bandages as well. But back to the action. Ascend crashing their way into the dangerous duo as Pixel and Kets are putting them down. Michael's down to Pepco, but he rolls straight in and Ascend are being picked apart. But oh my god, it's Chris needs to clear this one.
Yeah, this is not what Chris would have wanted. His whole team getting torn apart by Pixel. Kenner's there. An example gets the angle. He was too close to the window and Twisted Minds take advantage. Ascend fall in 15th.
Oh, he had an M249. It's Chris. Acceptable. The man that brought that gun into esports. And it was allowed. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds eager for some points. Ascend go down. Difficult crash against a duo that is backed into a corner like that one. Now Helm on the rotation. Outshear working his way in. Now underneath fire from Code Marco. He's going to go down as well. BBL are out in the blue. It's phase 4. It does tickle a little bit now. And how? They'll be eager to get shifted in and ensure they stay on the right side of that blue zone.
Navi, they've rotated all the way from north to south to north again. And now they're pushing in from the west towards Mad Bulls, who've had a pretty good opening day. Day 2, though, they've already lost one on the rotate. Molodoc has fallen. And let's not forget, Mark, they've already played 6 maps of a very competitive lobby today already. They should be on a heater right now.
Yeah, they performed really well as well, so let's not take anything away. BBL, they're going to fall 13th place. 12 teams now remain, 39 players. Yagatori is down, potentially Resiball, but it's going to be down to sort of Ferris and Diffix to stop the push here from the Mad Bulls. Ibby looks back. Monodoc is down and out for them, so they're 3 strong. Nixie is trying to hug as close as he can towards that little cliff face to avoid any of that util coming over his head.
Yeah, Ibby, will he spot out Nail Up in just a few seconds' time? Peeking up over that ridge line. Mad Bulls, they've got this nice dip to hold back Navi when they move, and they'll be hoping that Plinskaboche might be able to keep their south safe as well. It's that whole enemy of my enemy is my friend, and just keep you focused on the south, we'll keep your north clear. But I think Plinskaboche are pretty happy with their spot inside the zone as well. Mark, zone shift is about to come through though, and tell me, what do you think of this?
Yeah, it's going to go back. There you go. Again and again. BB team, hold on. It's playing up towards them. No need for them now to leave. Don't expect huge kills from them. A lot of teams will now have to try and fight. Na'Vi and Madball the same. But look at Quizzy. He just activates from this shack though, as Na'Vi tried to bully and used the high ground against the Madballs.
Yeah, this is dangerous now. Fairest underhanding those nades towards Nixie. Nixie will dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. But as you can kind of see, it's very hard to push over this ridge because Quizzy has the angle on the other side. So Fairest will focus his attention this way. Fairest sprays through the window, tries to get the door. But Quizzy knew it was coming. But this is tough, right? They've got Quizzy exactly where they want them.
6-time spray in New York. Disgusting behaviour.
Easy.
They clear the door. Now comes in the nades. There's one. Falls a bit short. The second might try and bounce. The third time might be the charm, but not for Quizzy. He's already out. Nixie on the other side does get the res back. So Madball's going to be back up to a 3. Here is Na'Vi and Madballs. They need to get shifted, but Ibby's got the jammer pack. He's going aggressive. He even picks up one of them as Hakatori falls down. Ferris does get Nixie back though, and Ibby's still driving forward, but he's run out of ammo and he's down to the final player. Na'Vi down for 2. Madballs on their solo.
That was huge from Ibby. That was massive from him. So said and Fair still trying to deal with Nixie.
Oh.
Nixie will eventually go down. And that will be the end of Mad Bulls in 11th. Plinskaboche, they are making their move this direction now. Here's the thing though. Have you seen the minimap? Win or Die are waiting for this fight to end because they are just going to pick up any points they can as the remainder of these teams force their way in.
It's difficult though. They're in that compound, so if they get aggressive, they're going to have to do what Plin has done and kind of come out a little bit. There's that 2 position now. We see perfect though from our observers. They're the 2 that could cause the danger. Looks like Plin opting not to take the fight. They're using the car. They are playing peekaboo as Whack-A-Mole comes up. Sosaid does identify one, but Ferris and Sosaid need to get in as well. And arguably, they haven't got as much terrain, unlike our team Plin.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Tractor Team, example, will decapitate Marcis. Another opportunity for Mark, for example, but he clicks on empty. And now that leaves Tab and Lou pushing further forward now for Twisted Minds. They're up to 5 kills, but Tractor Team, they'll lose 1. They'll lose a second and a second. And Lighted is now pushing in from the edge to try to help out what's left of his team, but I think it might be too little too late.
Look at the intel coming through, saying drop a nade here, trying to figure out if there's any more, but doesn't quite get it. Nope, and it does see Tractor Team unfortunately fall in 9th place. Twisted Minds do make the placement points now. That's good use. Look, you might be DB or no, but you can still provide huge amounts of intel trying to play peekaboo over the top.
Oh, and that'll be the end of Hoyle. They fall in 8th place now. 2 zone shifts towards the north as the Young Danes will fall as well. Exhalation making their move now towards Twisted Minds on the edge of the circle. Keep an eye on what happens in the kill feed with that one. But Win or Die, they'll try to deal with Plinskaboche too, but Salak gets the opener.
There's an open round though. They're not moving their way around, but Twisted Minds made it to 6. They will fall now. Exhalation will go for a clear for them. Very difficult zone, but Plin will be happy those teams on the clear. They're going to try and now take the bottom of this bowl.
Yeah, and why not use the terrain as cover? There's a drop there too. I think it may have been picked up a little bit earlier, a little bit to the southwest of where Nail Up is playing. But you know what? This is not a bad spot for them to be in for now, to wait to see where the zone pops next. They've got vehicles, they've got some ground inside the circle, and Win or Die are actually moving up this direction too, and now they will peek over, and that's a good spray, but not enough to get a knock.
No, not enough to get a knock now. Plin reposition is that corner of the bowl they will take and can't try and keep the cars alive. I don't think they're going to need him. 5 teams remain. Exhalation looking like maybe tempted with a fight there on the south, but win or die, they got a 2-2 split, and it is glorious.
I like it, and this is the win or die we want, right? They're playing very similar to how Fairy Tail played in the lower bracket, though, where it's either they go really big or nothing at all. So I want to see more from them. I want to see them use that 2-2 split you've spoke about, Mark, to try get a chicken dinner on the board. Pod Samulet looking towards BB in the north. They've got full control of that section of the map, but we're getting pretty late into the game now.
It's very late in the game. Let's not take anything away. The BB team, they held on for this north, and it has come back this way. They're starting to spread a little bit. They're only on 1 kill. I think it's a chicken dinner that they're looking for at the moment. Win or die, on the other hand, they've only got 3 as well, but a different dynamic. 2-2 split. They're trying to hold centralized zone. Doozy now sees head of my bad, and he's trying to post a letterbox, and that Kobe goes in, but doesn't get the knock, but he will follow with the AUG.
Yeah, it bounced off the door, and now Hello My Bad's out in the open. Doozy tries to read the run, but Hello My Bad is already on the move. Is he going to get close enough to do some damage to a Doozy? He's still underhanding nades into that dip, but he doesn't know where he's gone. He gets on the other side, spots about it last, but a Doozy will fall. Gedrox with great covering fire will find a Doozy. 2 versus 1 close by. The rest of Win or Die trying to help out their teammate, but this is a massive play and a massive nade from Spyro.
It's a huge push now. Rockstow collapsing in, continuing the pressure now. They're not holding the outside. Win or Die try and take on the fight with BB team. Get up to 2 kills, but Doozy's down. There's another confirmed. Hello My Bad will be ended this, but look at this. Salik and Blazer have been going full hell at the bottom. They took up most of playing down towards Nalip and Pod Samlet. They know the opportunity was to clear it. Now they're going to clear Plin. They go down and out. We go to a 4 versus 2 versus 2.
This is actually great from Pod Samulet because Presenti is their eyes in the north. He is keeping an eye on what BB is doing really far away, and it's allowing the other 3 to take on the fights because they know that they've got the numbers over every other team in the lobby. Rox gets the knock onto Extends, and Pod Samulet are really setting themselves up for success in this late game.
It's a good play from them. They've been shy of a chicken dinner, but maybe not this one. Let's see if they can control. There are a dangerous 3 other players left on the battlegrounds. Everyone is in. Jedrox, as we know from Win or Die, and as much as we always ask him for information and talk to the team, they're always like, it's down to him to get it, but not this time. It's now 4 versus 2. Plim will go for the spray. Does get a slight connection, but no knock yet on BB team.
Not yet, but they've got them cornered, right? This is just a case of picking your poison. Dante gets the first spray. That is a great knock onto Phil first with the MK. And Mark Besto's all alive. He gets a nice headshot on the other side, but it's like Besto's one of the best players to do it. But what can he do?
Mate, don't write him off just yet. Don't write him off just yet. Besto might have the opportunity to try and get this res if he wants to. Pod trying to annihilate that as a big wrap. He's missed the wrap though. Presenti does close it down. It's a winner chicken dinner. Pod Samulat, 9 kills under the plane with a 19-point winner chicken dinner. They collapsed on them pretty quickly. Arguably, actually, Gibson giving Best a bit more freedom of movement. He might have got the res. If not, he would have been very happy to take one-on-one fights as Pod really spread out at the end there.
Yeah, if you give someone like Besto the opportunity of 1v1s and you keep doing it, it's something will go against you. But I think Pod Samulet were in a pretty good wrap at the end. I think their decision to split into a 3-1 at that late game was a great one because you could keep an eye on the north. You know that the other 2 teams only had 2 players up each, so you could push on around that way. Mark, that was a lot of fun for game 2.
Insane game. Well, look, we're going to take a quick break, and you guys are going to go check out Tulpar and their notebooks. So get yourself over to their website, tulparnotebooks.de. The strongest processor, the best graphics cards, bringing them outstanding performance, though, when we see you guys in game number 3.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you have checked out those notebooks because we need to check out the Miramars. Felix want to start on BB team. Big rotations from them. They gambled north. It played north. They controlled really well, but they're unable to control themselves into a chicken dinner. But not a bad performance.
No, way further north than I expected the end zone to be. Honestly, that's kind of what these circles in general this tournament have been about. Very unexpected and a lot of adaptation needed. BB team, yeah, great playing out of the rainbows. I think it's always a great spot to have both sides of the rainbows if you can control it. That's what they had. No one really contested them on these buildings, and so they were pretty easily able to rotate out of it into the dips up north. And from there on out, you can play great footwork, right? You can play exactly the kind of playstyle the BB team is used to as well. Unfortunately, I felt like they threw this game. And that's maybe a little bit of a hot take, but I feel like Aduzi in general, his jump shot to peak win or die at the ridgeline, even though they knew it was going to be the last player, despite them knowing as well that they could easily be third-partied and maybe aren't safe if someone goes knocked, that was careless, in my opinion. That was very careless. I feel like if Aduzi wouldn't have gone down there and maybe traded him, or maybe his teammate was there to peak with him earlier, I think they would have had a better shot of winning this round, and maybe even would have.
Yeah, I think you're actually the only person in this crew who's, I suppose, allowed to say that they think a player made a mistake, because you're qualified to do it because of your history. Mark and I never say it because, like, I've never played at that level. I'm too old. I'm too crusty.
It's been some time.
I'm not good. If you were even dominating me before we started this playing some TDM. But one of the things, right, is Ascend another game where the rotation call just didn't seem right, did it? They crashed onto Young Danes, and it's maybe not even the fact that they lost one. It's probably the fact that it was one player in a shack that did most of the damage to them that would annoy them, right?
It's difficult, though, because arguably, like, they had to go there. I don't think they had any other option, though, Gibson. The zone shifted away. It went north. It's unfortunate they backed themselves into some shacks and there was a dangerous duo. I did really want to see, though, it's Chris engage Felix with that M249, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, there was a time when everyone else thought, like, wait, it's Chris is picking this thing up, and maybe it's becoming the new meta, right? The M249. We've seen some crazy plays from him, and he loves the weapon. But yeah, coming back to the rotation, I thought it was very interesting because, yes, I also thought there might have been some different options there, because I feel like crashing the compound is just so tough, and maybe Ascend underestimated how strong the Young Danes are right now in terms of playing creatively and playing individually as well. You can see Pixelic with some great moves with his utility as well, and that kind of lost them the round. This compound itself is such a hard one to breach. When I say it's one of the hardest compounds ever to breach. 3 houses. Each house got sidelines on the other houses. There's only open space all around the compound, so you're easily third party as well, which we saw as well. It's just got taken on by a completely different team. I believe it was Example, actually, Twisted Minds all the way far west. So you can't really walk around outside either. And if you do go inside, we saw what happened, right? If the enemy does have utility, he's just going to play with you and delay it and make sure you have the toughest time possible. And yeah, so crazy decision. Not one that is that we are unfamiliar with, I want to say, coming out from Ascent, but it's definitely a very tough one, very confident one as well.
Yeah, but Young Danes are playing and they're having so much fun tonight so far as well. And, you know, Mark, I'd say Young Danes have the biggest fan of them all out there, a guy called Toby. He's finally got a team that's majority Danish that he can keep his eye on as well.
No, that is definitely good. Look, let's actually talk about points, because Young Danes did have a really good game. So how's the leaderboard rack up after those first 2 games? Young Danes, they pushed themselves back, Gibson. Look, 49 points in total. They're not hitting as hard as some of those placement points, especially when we look at on the right-hand side of the table, Plym with 23. But the leaderboard's pretty tight. We are seeing a little bit of a gap now starting to appear on the bottom segment.
Yeah, that's what you expect after this many maps, though. We're seeing that 24 then down. So there's a lot of teams that still have a chance of climbing the leaderboard, but I'm looking at Navi and Entropic leading the way. More importantly is those PEC wildcard teams, right? Young Danes have one of the spots at the minute, sitting in 3rd. And then you're looking at Win or Die having the second one just ahead of Plinska Bocce, but there's only 1 point between those 2 teams. And we had confirmation, by the way, that Young Danes, if they get one of those spots, they're going to take it, but they'll have to replace Pixel, and that's not going to be a very easy thing to do at all.
Not easy boots to fill, should we say, especially with teams that are having fun. We will keep an eye on that wild card, and as this sort of unfolds. But Felix, for the bottom half of that leaderboard, I want to talk foot, especially tractor teams. Like we're now halfway point, and like the upper bracket, they've really got to engage now. If they're a team that wants to close the gap, they've got to take everything they can for these final 3 games.
Yeah, we all are going through the pack walls each day to see if anything has changed from these teams that have to go through the qualification, right? All the teams outside of the partner ones that are invited anyways. And this is the one team so far that hasn't made it through the pack walls. So this is their last chance, just to remind everyone on how high the stakes actually are. Yeah, so far, man, it looks tough. It doesn't only look tough on the leaderboard. It just looks tough in general, because I feel like the way they've even made it to this point has been one of upsets. Right, so they weren't even expected to be here necessarily, but now they obviously want to show what they're made of. So far, team play has been an issue, and I feel like when they are under pressure, they kind of seem to crumble. We saw it on the Twisted Minds play right there. I think it was a great push, but to be honest, I feel like Twisted Minds just, if they would have been even more prepared, I think it would have been a clean sweep, even more than what we saw. And then again, it's a really tough push up there as well. Lots of third party from the outside, and that's really the fact that they ran up there really, really late. And obviously the shot wasn't perfectly in their favor either, but it was just a tiny bit too late, just a tiny bit too few players being spread it out, taking control, taking map space, which is usually what you want to see if you don't have anyone in your back on your edge, which they didn't, right? They could have taken more space up towards the eastern side and maybe isolated the 2 players from Na'Vi, for example, earlier than what they did. But I think they was kind of scared, and at the moment, if you're scared already, it's not going to get any better, right? You have to bring your confidence back up.
Well, bringing confidence, we know it's coming from you. I'm going to say goodbye to Fanax for 2 minutes because, Gibson, it's Tago time. I'm eager to get this one. This is the halfway point of the evening. It's the one. Let's get into it, though. It's Tago. It's match number 3 for day 2.
You're bullying poor Felix. You keep kicking him out before the match even starts. It's like, Felix, get out of here.
Get out.
Get out of here.
This flight path, though. It's an east down towards the southwest. Felix, come on. Get your notes on the go. Good flight path. This is going to cause a little bit of chaos because we know this is the one map where we get a lot of potential of hot drops. I fear some people are going to be extended for some cars, and we might see a couple of teams trying to grab a car and go. But let's just wait and see how that one starts off.
And the possibility for circles here are very fun as well. You know that the very end of that flight path between Hosan and school is one of my least favorite parts of this map to have in the circle, because it's so compound heavy, as in if you don't have a compound, you don't have a chance, and there's not very many compounds to go around. Though the main thing to look for is, are there any hot drops? Like, is anybody contesting anyone else on the map? At the minute, it doesn't look like it. I know that you've got Exhalation a little bit further north of Terminal. They're going to take that north road. Pixel will drop on Fishing Camp. He knows exactly how to play that section of the map, and they've got very set. So I don't know if you know this. Well, of course you know this, Mark, but teams have set plays, right, based on the circle. Like when they drop on Fishing Camp, they have a compound that they identify early they want to go to. Right, hold on. I'm going to get a bucket because this is sick. This is sick.
Horrible. Actually, there is one team that I've seen play really, really well, and that is Team Ascent. But they did come down from the north side and played it quite calmly in towards Studio and out towards Studio Field. Just for the people that don't know, that little red line, that's not just a drawing on the map. If you go across it, you're down and out. You're out pretty quickly. So a lot of these teams now need to retract back. There's lots of high ground, and there's a couple of variations that we might see. But I am worried that we might see a lot of unplayable, especially for phase 2, maybe phase 3, if this zone retracts back to that southeast corner like it could do, and could be in brackets, because it might bounce towards that north, and if it does, it'd be better for the teams.
Yeah. I wanted to actually call back to Ortego on, was it Wednesday night? Yeah. Where Plinska Bocce were the team that rotated on the southwest side of the circle and played right on the edge of that red line, looking into Song Am. They're dropped in Ohyang this time, so I don't see as extreme a rotate for them. However, they're going to realize that this is a circle where holding a wide split can be very dangerous. When there's so little playable area on a map like Tago, wide splits are a little less common. James has done some scouting as well for FaZe Clan. Win or Die have already left Song Am. And you look at Dante from Pod Samlet, him and Gedrox both having a look around the same section of the south side of the map as well.
You remember who got the win, though? Do you remember who farmed the rice fields for the luscious victory that we saw?
I can't remember who ploughed through the field now.
I'd say they set the seeds to victory, and they made hay while the sun shined. Can't quite put the name on it, but they played it well. For now, these teams might have to take a leaf out of their book and look to try and farm their way to a victory. Now, Tab, he's going to farm himself a new car because the speed is not for him. He's opting for some more fuel and maybe some more cover.
Yeah, the cover... It's what are your thoughts of the cover on this map, right? The rocks are a great addition. They're something that teams can use for cover a lot. I feel like this... If you take the unplayable section of this map out of it, it's actually a really good circle because you've tons of little dips and crevices to hide in. You've loads of rocks, you've got compounds, you've got some of those rice fields that teams play right up against. It's actually a very... Apart from the unplayable part, it is a very fun part of the zone to play for because there's tons of different strategies teams can take.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see differences in IGLs and game styles of teams. Aggressive, maybe one we're trying to hold a compound. I think we might see more 2-2 splits on this one, or maybe, as the Brutality EMEA Tour has shown us, more so 3-1 splits. But it is all going to come down to the trainer. Like, what? As much as I love this map, what I don't always like though is the tree cover, because it's a false. You believe you're in safe cover, but you don't realise actually how much of your legs are exposed, maybe across towards another side, or teams that are wrapping in.
They're skinny trees, right? They are pretty skinny here, as BB team will make the way past one or die on the extreme. So, oh my god, extends. That is a beautiful shot with the MK. And they're, if I'm reading this right, they're moving on this. Am I?
But they're backed up in the corner. So even if maybe even a leapfrog potentially, we are going to see teams hold this outside edge. So I love it. Extends, takes opportunity out, having another look back at this one. They're going for a 2-2 split. Teams can wrap that red zone, that red line quite easily. What Win or Die need to ensure is that BB don't get in a position that keeps them in the compound.
Yeah. I learned about that red line the wrong way, by the way.
Oh, did you try and jump across it? Like, because that's what I done once. I thought I can get to the studio from here, but no, you can't make it through in the air.
Yeah, and no, I think for me, I was driving over the edge of it, and I got my tires popped, and I was like, "Oh, I take damage! I take damage here!" And there was people in the lobby who knew me too, which made it even worse when my name came up in the kill feed. But we don't talk about that. The only we can call ourselves out because we're casters, right?
PUBG.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be watching you now until you go. Well, so what other watching though, Ascend are rotating their way in, but they're going to wrap towards this south side. It's Chris having a look where teams go towards this option. He'll sort of place cover fire for Kill Yakai at the moment. Now he's going to mostly stop and scout ahead, but it's only going to be for so long because eventually you're going to find BB team, and more importantly, Win or Die are going to announce that there's another team rotating around as they will take shots as well.
Yeah, crate weapon for Spyro. He'll grab a P90, which is a beautiful present. It's, again, I think that it's the best gun in the game, and it's probably not even close at times when it comes to close range engagements, and giving it to someone like Spyro is a great pick. And speaking of picks, how good do you think a pick of Spyro is for BB team?
Insane. I think they've got past the new player. I think that this BB team is playing slightly different to what we saw before with question mark. But it just feels good. Like, they're confident to get in. They're making a couple of minor mistakes, but this is the time to do it now, right? Get it kinked out. Now you've got the grand finals. Let's see how they start rotating their way in, but they're not going to say no to those amount of drops.
Definitely not. I think when I speak to pro players, that's the feedback they give is maybe get rid of the spam drops. You know, one crate is enough. Like, when you consider a team like BB team now, when they go through all those crates, a couple of them will, at least two of them will probably get level 3 helmets. They might get 2 or 3 of those, overpowered weapons. It's not a good spot, really. I think in competitive play, at least, it's not a good thing when you're gifting the best players in the world the best loot in the world, particularly in the early stage of a game, right? I'd like to see it reduced back down to just one crate.
Yeah, 250 back pocket of P90 ammo, plus half your team's got level 3 gear. So if you find yourselves in the drops, but does that become a strat? Does that become a, we see the drops make the play for it? We'll have to wait and see. It is unique, obviously, on this map and at Vikendi, so we will just never be too shy of a team on this battleground to have level 3 gear. Young Danes are a team that doesn't always need level 3 gear, but they're going to wrap their way back the other way to town.
Yeah, and why not? Play inside the north side of Songam. You don't want to play in the center because getting out of a town can be a lot harder than getting into it. So keep the vehicle safe and just ride it out to see where it goes. Pixel, the IGL of the team, would have made that call for them. Mad Bulls are inside the zone by Buksan Sa. You have Exhalation rotating up the hill pretty close to them. And Entropic, again, they've been really consistently good over the course of yesterday and the start of today. Really good team.
Big question for you.
Right.
Actually, do you know what? I'm actually going to ask this question because I believe the eyes in the sky, the chopper of Tago, is here. FedEx, this is a big zone and is a big decision for some of these teams. IGL's really spreading out.
Yeah, it's really interesting. If you take a look at the zone, you can see no one's really playing the northwestern side. And I think that's interesting because it would usually be the easiest entry, right? You've got great dips just above FaZe Clan and Howl. You've got a good kind of zone where you can play the rich lines. You've got no one in your back. And just generally, it allows for great foot rotations as well and an easy access inwards because you've got the high ground. So why is no one really playing it? And I think that's a great question to ask because we've seen how the circles behave differently so far in this tournament. Why else would we have 3, 4, maybe 6 teams down hugging the unplayable area? I think the answer is yes, it's because the zones have shifted, because the IGLs are now expecting different phases and different zones to come in, maybe even the ones that once again we weren't necessarily expecting. I mean, we've seen literally a zone end, what, 100, 200 meters away from unplayable area, right when Navi was rotating. So yeah, once again, I think that's the answer. And I think it's just really interesting to notice. Usually, in my opinion, we would have way more foot teams in the northern and especially northwestern side.
Yeah, and I've just noticed the minute the zone popped, though, Alex, Exhalation, who had a spot close to center, as soon as it shifted, they've moved further to the northwest. Is that a... We'll ask you that question when this fight ends between Ascend and Navi. We'll pick this one up in a few seconds, but Navi will lose a couple in the early stages. Micah tries to fall back in the window, but he's going to get caught out by Defex here, Mark, and this is mutually assured destruction on the south side of the zone, and Kiliakai hogging the wall, waiting for Navi push, but he's missed his chance.
Yeah, he didn't see. He's actually crouched. He didn't see that crossover, though. He noticed players on the outside wall. Now going back, Jedrox does turn back. Don't forget, Ascend pushed in on this one because they saw the Win or Die team back away. But again, Ascend going down numbers, unable to keep a strong 4 alive. It's Chris, please don't get on the roof. We saw what that happened yesterday when it came down to our Erangels. But he is looking to try and find these players from Navi.
Yeah, Chris on the roof. He's got the high ground. He throws the smoke to make sure that a third party from BB team won't be able to do as much damage as it could potentially do. Chris boosting himself up. Aduzi, speaking of that third party from BB team, Aduzi finds Defex and Spyro will hit Chris, forcing him back inside. And because of the layout of this compound, Kiliakai can't move over to steal these kills away. And this is really bad news for both of these teams.
And they're going to expect the zone to play their side as well. So how much they risk to try and dig out. Worth mentioning as well, when that zone popped, our Mad Bulls took 1 E pickup as well. Ibby went straight down towards the south before rotating his way back. The rest of the guys just clearly got caught up on rotation as well. So Mad Bulls losing 1, then obviously losing the rest of their team. Very early death, though, for game number 3. I'm seeing this, though, all across the map. So many teams now fighting for little to no location.
Yeah, and it's the way this map plays out. Chris gets the shotgun at the hand. He wants to end this fight here. And now you can hear the Navi player in the distance. There's the door. That's bait. Chris will push his way through. Moving upstairs now is So Sad. Ascend, though, I feel like they really need to win this.
You tell me. They've got to go. It's dangerous, though, because we've got Win or Die still north side. They're able to try and push it. Here's another team that needs a win, though, as it looks like Twisted Minds and Plin back-to-back. Plin have got the better hand when it comes down to the table. Now the numbers are down. More teams will go for a look over those. You can see for Esports on your mini-map coming to have a little scout here. And there come the shots from Beamy. One res through, but Example goes down to a one-shot.
Yeah, great situational from Foot. They know they can push onto this because there's no real pressure coming to them from the east-hand side. Perfectix tossing the smoke, but one of his teams dropped, and there's Nail Up. He wasn't expecting Nail Up to be there at all. Nail Up confirms out that kill. We're into a 2 versus 2, I believe, now of standing players. Nail Up will confirm out Lou now as well. Utility being used by Example, but he can see nothing, Mark. There's so much smoke.
There's too much smoke going through. Twisted Minds go down for a 2. They're having a look here again. As we said before, for Esports, look at the map. They've got the ability now just to overlook, overwatch, and take some free shots. If you get a knock, great. Do you know what? Even if you get a steal, even better. As these teams now need to really think about how they're playing inside these buildings.
Yeah, Tab is covering while Tab will go, or well, sorry, Example pops the first aid kit, nading out one of the buildings. You could argue it's a waste of a nade. I would argue it's not. By that nade blowing and not getting a kill, it clears that building essentially for you. So you can assume, oh no, they're throwing another. Well, after this nade, they'll definitely know the player's not in that bungalow.
They cleared that one. Check, not there. Let's see if we can find that final player. I'll take the opportunity now to get a few more bits and bobs out the dead boxes. So they will now need to start working on to the next building. Tab does have a look back though. And there goes a flash. I think they're just ensuring there's no angles for them. But they are in zone. So let's wait and see. It is phase number 3 though.
Yeah, phase 3. Minute and 42 seconds until it closes. That's a ton of time to work with. Still, this battle will continue. Entropic, as you can see on your map, are rotating past this as well. Never mind, they're not rotating past. They want a piece of the pie. And this is the worst possible news for both these sides, because Entropic have been hot on the trot when it has come to third parties and timing so far over this weekend.
That's what I love about them. They just, well, you said it pre-show. This is a rehearsed team. They know each other. They played for a long time together. Oh, my Fex got it as well. Fex does get one, and Johnny picks up the other. Fex is always there, lying and waiting, the Welsh Dragon.
And Entropic know there's still Plinskabacha here as well. Yeah. So they need to clear that player out as well. They've seen the kill feed, but Nail Up is a dangerous player. Look at the way they're clearing it too, right? This is a very different side of the game than rotations. This is clearing a compound building by building. Johnny has a good idea the section's clear, so he holds it, while the other 3 will work in a tandem to clear Nail Up, who's prone on the outside of the compound, and now in a few seconds you feel like Hockey should spot him.
Just want to let you know, FaZe are some distance away though, guys. Like, they're in the northwest corner.
They're on Erangel.
Yeah, they are. James is north of this position as well, but again, some distance, bullying these teams slightly. Entropic though go for the clear now, checking out these individual buildings as they're waiting to find the last player, but it comes down to the last section, as they will maybe tempt their way in. They bring the cars into the compound, waiting for the zone, and shortly we should give up on that southwest corner.
Yeah, they shouldn't be too far for the zone if they're not in it, with the way this compound is situated. And yeah, they'll play on the edge now, so there's no need for them to move. FaZe know the north is clear, so they've sent Gustav a little further in, and Corexi will just watch the end of the zone. So if you look at the positioning of James and Corexi, they're watching the south towards their southeast and southwest just to feed information towards Fex and Gustav. That's what their job is in this section of the map. Kind of similar to the way that Hoyle are doing, right? Hoyle have got that same idea, but let's look at Phil first from BB. They've got a few kills on the board already, and they now need to migrate in from the south.
I think, well, they've been migrating in from the south for a while. They've picked up a few drops, got a few points. Now they're going to find the zone. They're going to literally push their way forward. There's not many teams, though, that sit between them and the next phase of covering. Johnny, as you can see from the kill feed, it does pick up Plin. So 12th place for them. Ascend were out, I believe, in 13th place. So Ascend, unfortunately, going down early for this round. The rest of these guys will be alright. I feel like this is a control game now for BB team, and this is what we see a lot from them. Gathering information, taking your time, work your way towards the end game.
Always consistent BB team. You got to think, like, they always get a few points a game. Even when they go out first, they've always got some kills on the board. And it's a really good idea of how they play. BBL, they have made their way in on the southeast section of the zone, but Vard's in a spot of trouble. If Sancho knows where he is, the smoke grenade, yeah, that nade will force him out of the shack, and then when he pushes out, the kill should come from Vard. T-Bone sprays into the smoke, but I think for Exhalation, that'll be the end of them. Vard does find his kill, and Foot move into the... T-Bone?
Hot like fire.
Yeah.
Just
The
run
floor's lava.
Yeah, come on. Good to see them 4 up, 3 kills as well. They're now going to try and take the control. They would have been hearing the shots from Entropic on the other side because they were thereabouts, punishing some shots though before into the compound. So you can see Beamy has been keeping an eye. The Tractor Boys, they engage their tractors towards the south now, so they can hear BB team rotating away, looking for a quick opportunity to push, but a doozy. He's always going to take an opportunity to take a shot back because I think he heard the cars from the Tractor team playing their way.
Yo, Marcy's, that's a headshot onto a doozy, and he will rush to confirm out that kill, and he gets it. There was a third party from the Young Danes, and Marcy's knows that compound in around the center of the zone is taken. Tractor team, though, 1 kill inside the top 10. If they're going to make a run to climb the leaderboard, it kind of, you feel like, has to start today because it's the halfway point of the second day. I'm looking at the rest of the circle, though. FaZe are doing the same thing again. Gustav is taking the ground. Vex and James are clearing out the east, and you've got Corexi keeping an eye on the west. It's very structured the way they're playing, but let's turn our attention to this fight that's going on in the south.
There it goes, and then talk about south. It's a zone shift south as well. It's BBL and BB team. We love it when the BBs meet in the middle, but it's going to be actually BBL that need to push their way through. We know how can we looking for the third party. They shot the money out the air to try and rain fire down onto BBL.
I love that. When you see it happen, it's huge. Iro will be back on his feet. Phil first, moving. Besto taking the high ground, flanking on the side of BBL to catch out any potential flank that BBL might want to do as well. So this is a really big move from Besto, Mark, and he does get a headshot off. Doesn't get the knock at the first time of asking. He'll go for a repeat though.
Don't need to repeat though when you've got Phil first there. And the Spyro with the P90 holding the edge of blue. However, getting closer, you can see that quick confirm on the board from BB team. 3 kills on the board, and they've got the shorter wrap towards zone. They have a little look back to ensure the Tractor teams are not playing for the third party themselves. And Spyro, love this. He's holding the blue edge.
And he's got a P90. Let's not forget about that. He's got the zoom on it as well to make these shots a little bit easier from range. But BBL in a spot of trouble. Another spray through the smoke from Spyro. He'll be a little bit cautious of the ammo count of that P90 as well, Mark. You don't want to waste a couple of mags just spraying through smoke, hoping to find a target.
I can't agree more. The sort of segment of your screen now, we are seeing Entropic defending the compound as FaZe lose the zone. They are looking to try and push in on the north, but back towards BB and BBL. Reposition out is going to come to the west, and how reposition themselves back towards where they come. And Code Marco with an MG level 3 gear, but BBL come over the top and from behind.
I knew I heard the throng of an MG3 on the other side of that fight, and it was Howl that are trying to use it, forcing their way inside the zone. Code Marco, though, will be eliminated, as is Quetpa, as Hoyle cannot seem to get the best of Win or Die. Hello, my bad. Throwing defensive nades inside the compound. He's got the MG3, or not the MG3, the M249 to counter that MG. But Win or Die, they've got 2 up as well. They've lost Laosh and Gedrox.
Yeah, don't forget, that MG's gone. It was BBL that got the knock. I'm looking at this mini-map, though, here, Gibson, because it's only a matter of time before Pod engage. I think they're waiting for some numbers to go down, and they might come sweeping in.
Why not? Why not come down like a tsunami from the hills? That's a good nade thrown towards Ruin, and it might do a little bit of damage, and it does. Blue zone on Hello My Bad, but he doesn't mind. He will take down the Mad. That's another kill point for Win or Die. If they can deal with the last player, they'll get 2 points, but look at the flood. Pod, Samuel, BB, BBL, Win or Die. Everybody on the west is now engaged with each other.
It's going to be last team standing here. Zone shifts back this way, so you might want to get onto that high ground pod. They've got big decisions to make, whether they hold the hard cover or fully wrap. Don't be surprised for a 2-2. They're going to be waiting for more to fall here. Extends and waiting for Sheila to stand up on his tippy toes. He's going to pop a flash, though. He knows that, hell of my bad, we'll get the initial shots. And there we go. He does clear it. BB out. They're going to take 9th place. We find ourselves in the placement points.
Yeah, that's a 2-point kill for Win or Die. Maybe they can find another one onto Ruin inside the containers now as well, because you get rid of Hoyle and you get the extra placement point as well. Hello, my bad. Chunking hard inside the blue, though. You can see on just the distance how much damage he is taking every single second he is there. FaZe Clan were eliminated by Entropic as they add another big name to their list of casualties. And look at BB. That'll be hello, my bad. He won't make it inside the circle.
It's control for that top. BBL going down. BB team have it. And it looks like the boys from Win or Die are going to try and take as much of that they can away. For now, though, Presenti, he's going to use the roof. He's going to try and get a little bit more high ground now as we see other teams extending their way in. This is for Esports on the bottom side. Pod. They now go to the top side. Whoa! Comes rolling in. Beamy lays down the tractors, but there is a knockback the other way.
Yeah, Jambo found it. Armanzi will be cleared out by Beamy. And Jambo gets another knock on Devard. And Entropic making a play for Rock. I'm getting deja vu to the game just before this, where Entropic are sending it for a Rock and losing players left, right, and center. Vard getting flushed by Jambo here too. Foot of 5 kills, but it is a 1 versus 1. And Young Danes, they thought about pushing, but look at Spyro holding them in spot.
For Esports, they need games. They're a team down this other side, so they need players left alive. Beamy can potentially do it. 4 kills out of 5. It's underneath his name, but he has to try and deal with the tractor teams, but it's not. It's going to be the Young Danes. 8th place for them. They've got themselves into the placement point, so that's a bit different from them. And Beamy, you might need to look for some more kills and steals before getting in. But the Young Danes, they have got target acquired.
Beamy, you'd nearly think that he'd rather a Bolty in the scenario when he's looking down to the Young Danes. Beamy, one of the best Bolty users in the business, but he's using the MK for now. Ruin is still inside the blue. It looks like Extends is still aware of his position, but doesn't have utility to toss down towards those containers, so they will hold him out when the zone eventually does push him out of position. But Pod Samolet are primed for back-to-back chicken dinners.
Unfortunately, foot will fall. 7th place for them. And I think you're right. They've got the numbers. I just think the cool, calm collectiveness from the Young Danes is not to be underestimated. And there we go. PUBG want to give them some blessings as well. Why not have some drops right on top of your compound? And that means you're going to get the zone. And there you go. Young Danes get it. Pixel might do a little 180 and come back for some more gear.
Yeah, that zone shift is pretty much the one that Pod Samolet did not want. They've got to move their way in. Young Danes now find themselves with the very, very enviable position on the east side of the circle. And are you watching the way BB are rotating with that zone shift? They're moving north now again to focus on Win or Die and Hoyle.
This is the zone shifts away. Arguably, I think BB have got an opportunity to get into zone. There is a nice little sort of dip that is over. I think at this point they were going, do you know what, can we get any more from this? We might not be getting a chicken dinner at this one, but can we get any more kills? So you can see here, Spyro has identified that the boys from the Young Danes do have the hard cover, and it's pretty much the only hard cover remaining now in this zone.
They want that drop. Young Danes, the drop landed right beside their compound, but BB are saying no. You can't have it. You can't have it. Pod Samolet will have to move now as well. Remember, that compound's no longer in the zone, so they have a decision on what way to push it. It looks like they're going north towards Hoyle, but Extends will tag Dante and force him back.
That car explosion actually stopped at the right time for him not to pick up the Howl, but for a dive, they are going to pick it up on the other side. Pod needs to get moving. See, they've left it too late. They're now getting themselves in the car. Extends looking to try and make the move as well himself. He's going to go down on foot. BB had to give up this neck of the woods as well as they've pushed their way in, and it's Tropic on the other side of the zone. Now, unfortunately for them, they've been the eyes of the prize of the Young Danes. They might become the eyes of the prize here from Pod if they launch nades into their position.
Yeah, it's the where do they go is kind of that question. The Rock is no longer in place. Extends will get a knock on to Spyro. That's a pretty big play for him. On to B team further towards the south. Pod Samolet, they've decided to make their move, and Hockey's got a great angle. He gets the knock on to Dante, and the Blue Zone nade is even better.
Blue Zone nade plays perfectly in the back of the old truck. And Extends refused to go down. He gets another one. Phil first, and the kill feed is going down. Can anyone take him out at the moment? It looks like it is. BB suffer, though, the consequence of 2. But 1 is DBNO. It should be coming up. And back towards Pod. They're making the defense now, as Entropic have to push forward. And it's down to Hawkeye.
Yeah, Hawkeye last standing, and he will get taken down as Pixel will get Dedrix, and Pin will pick up that kill, and it was all the P's combining to wipe out what was left of Entropic. It's a 4v4 v2 as BB rushed to get the res off before the blue can impact it.
Talk about rush to get the res off. Look at the rush to control zone. Wiccan's all the way out now. He knows there's a team on the other side, and he's going to be in such a dangerous position. And he'd be a dangerous position if you've got the perfect gaming experience as well. Again, if you haven't already, during the break, go check out Tulpar Notebooks.de, as they got the most outstanding processors backed up with the most latest graphics cards.
Young Dane's got the crate as well. They've got the level 3 gear now. I just saw that there's an in play, and that will help them even more. Really, they want to clear BB because they're the ones that you need to get rid of before you can focus on Pod Samulet. Yeah, Mixon has a good idea.
Mixon went the other way with it, though. Best is going to try and med his way through. Oh, he should have gone for the tree. He should have doubled it up. Doesn't quite get it, but look at that. Reinforcements now come in. They've gone for a 2-2 split. They're still not giving up their compound. That's a huge play here. They're going over the top line. There's no meds. There's no idea, but Mickens is there. BB team going down. 3rd place for them. And it's a good 4 versus 4 at the end, but the Young Danes have got the position.
Yeah, Pod Samulet have sent it in towards that next rock, and Mixon wasn't able to get the knock on the off angle, but there is another player behind this rock, and Mixon knows Mixon's going for the flank, and this could be massive. Ketter will get the nom shot. Mixon gets another one on the pin. He gets a triple, but it's all down to Presente. It's a 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3.
Done.
Never mind. Winner, chicken dinner. The Young Danes with 19 points.
What just happened? A 2-2 split became perfect execution at the end. You couldn't stop the two of them. They were like, this is for free. This is for free. Winner, chicken dinner. Young Danes put some heavy kills on the board, but they used the compound so well, Gibson. They didn't remain in it. They knew when to play out. They knew when to third party, and that wasn't just at the end there. We saw them leave the compound multiple times.
There was a swing moment in that game where the zone could have went to compound to the northeast or the compound to the southeast or northwest. It went towards Young Danes, and that allowed them to get the win. We're going to get ready to jump into a break though, Mark, but there is a website people should probably have a look at while we're in that break.
Yeah, Tulpar Notebooks.de. As I said, the most latest processors and the most latest graphics cards out there, but delivering out the performance. As I said, me and Gibson, I was looking at it yesterday. It was insane. Love the website. It's not even just notebooks. They've got loads of other bits and pieces. Let us know what your thoughts are in chat. But for now, let's take a break because it's going to be Erangel time.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed, and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Welcome back, everyone. That was game 3 done and dusted, and Tego never disappoints. I do like the individual map because it's the opportunity for some teams to put some points on the board, and I want to talk about BB team because the consistency's been there. They just fell, unfortunately, shy of zone, which means they were subject to the Young Dane push.
Yeah, I mean, BB team so far has been perfect in controlling edges. They know the pacing, they really have it down as well, and the individuals so far are outstanding, right? Filthus, we gotta highlight Filthus. How often has this guy clutched and gotten entries and important frags for his team? Pretty much, in essence, almost, I want to say half of the team fights they had so far was Filthus either opening up or getting a second knock. This guy is out of this world at the moment with his, I want to say, limited top experience, right? He's relatively new to the scene as compared to lots of the others pro players that are playing at the very top of the scene. That just goes to show you how massive, like how great of a learner this guy is. And he's so young too, right? A 19-year-old. He hasn't even really started his whole career, and he's already at this level. Just crazy to think about.
Yeah, and it's not to mention the fact you've got a doozy in there as well, who always entertains when he plays. And by entertain, I mean he will do things that people do not expect as well. But we spoke about this on broadcast, but the real question I have for you is, BB team, right? How easy would it have been for them to down tools after what happened to PGC? Because that is bound to have been a killer for them. But it just goes to show how strong their mental is.
Wow, yeah, I can only agree with this. If you've seen a doozy tweet after the whole PGZ drama, you knew this guy, he isn't even as phased as maybe some of his fans were, right? He was like, well, that's just how life goes. This doesn't matter to me. I love this game. I want to keep competing. I still firmly believe I belong at the very top of the, not only EMEA scene, but at the top of the world scene. And look, it's a matter of time until I prove it again. And that's just, wow, that's, I can talk about myself, I wouldn't have this mental clarity, that's for sure.
You say it's a matter of time. Year in, year out, that team provides excellent cover, excellent performance, and excellent results as well. So they're always up there, they're always grinding. Let's talk about results though. In Tropic, they defended off FaZe, but then the zone done them a little bit dirty. And I think at the end here, Felix, it came down to the shift. It was either going to pod, what Gibson was saying before, or it was going towards the Young Danes. I think the Young Danes had the better cover, and unfortunately for pod, the zone shifted in that favour.
Yeah, both these teams, I think they knew 2 phases earlier that it was going to shift their way. Both of these teams have already been there since phase 2, phase 3, right? They committed to these compounds relatively early, so the rotates weren't such a huge factor. But then again, it's a good compound to commit early, and they knew that as well. And that's what I want to highlight. If you are, and you do have the opportunity to center up, and if you do get the zone down towards the southern side, which Pod did, I mean, they pretty much loot exactly in this spot, then why not take it? Why not ride it out? And Pod has proven in the last game, especially as well, that they don't necessarily need it to get to late game, but if they do, these are the rounds you want to make count. And I've been saying this at the Southern broadcast as well. If you do get zone like this, make sure you at least have a chance of winning this, or make sure you win it at all. And that's what Young Danes did as well, highlighting these guys time and time again. Crazy. Once again, these guys have scrimped together. Not for a single time. I had to keep myself from swearing at the moment because it's just I cannot understand that. I can't comprehend it.
It's insane. There's a couple of things to break down because they left the compound really quickly with that 2-2 split, and that's because of the train. They pushed themselves right up, and BB team couldn't see him. Pod couldn't see him at that point. If they left it too late, they wouldn't have done it. And you'd expect that from a team that is well rehearsed, well practiced. It's just individual core knowledge of the game. Well, let's actually look after that win note from the Young Danes. How has that impacted the leaderboard? Because they didn't have the best of starts though, Felix, when it was in the Miramars. But look at that. They skyrocketed themselves back up, but they're still unable to knock Entropic off the top spot.
It's crazy. It's going to be crazy that both of these teams are standing up there with the amount of partner teams that we have in this lobby, and how great they have been performing as well, for the most part at least. But yeah, 74 points. Entropic, you gotta give them credit. Time and time again, they do get to late game again, not only in this one, in the round before that as well. And they're kind of flying under the radar, because these rotations have been very, very silent, so to speak. They haven't really engaged in lots of these fights. They always find good timings and make sure if they do have the option, they rotate on circle pop immediately, have the cars ready, and make sure they're up and ready to go. So yeah, I gotta give them credit. This zone, they could have gone further if this zone would have maybe taken a shift towards the north side, phase 6, but unfortunately there wasn't really much to do.
Well, you take top spot off Entropic, they come rolling back though. 74 points, 68 for the young Danes, Navi on 64. I want to look on the other side of the table because for Esports, Gibson is starting to make a little dash. They're now working their way up. They've got to get every game now as a good one. It was good to see T-Bone surviving out as a 4. And yes, eventually zones shifted away from him, but it still felt for me that they were just trying to get anything they could. Let's get one more point. Let's get one more kill on the board because they're trying to dash up this leaderboard and they've got a bit of a mountain to climb if they leave it any longer.
Yeah, well, we've got 7 maps left. That's basically just over what one full day of a normal tournament day would be. So they need to get going now. It's what I said at the start of the show. By the end of today, we will know who's in the race to win the whole tournament.
Yeah.
And we'll kind of have an idea of who we can rule out. I think Foot, they're starting to get going. They were on the wrong side of the leaderboard. Placement points was a little bit of a problem for them. They weren't getting the kills. Today, they are. So I'm pretty excited to see Foot because, let's be real, Foot have been one of the better teams over the last 12 months. And when they're playing and at their very best, it makes everyone else play better too. So I want to see more of that from Foot.
So do I. Twisted Minds drop down. Pod do work their way out. So we talk about a little bit of race up there. They were sitting themselves in 10th place. But Felix, it is pretty tight on that right-hand side of the leaderboard. So as we transition towards Erangel, like I asked you at the beginning of Miramar's, who do you expect to win? And please don't say SN, because I'd like them to win, mate.
Well, I've already had luck with that prediction anyway so far. So, yeah, that's obviously because they're huge buyers in that prediction. But, yeah, I don't want to jinx them. So I want to see another team that is going for a wildcard spot now take the reign and come out swinging. Maybe a Mapples. Honestly, we've been missing Mapples today, at least. They haven't really gotten into any of the late game scenarios that we've seen them consistently get yesterday. And I said it as well, I want to see Biza get out there, right? Support his teammates more in terms of kills as well. I know that's not particularly his spot necessarily at the moment, but yeah, if he comes, they're ready, and I think they are now.
Well, we've got to say goodbye to Felix now. We need to get this Erangel plane sorted. Maple did put a chicken dinner, though, on yesterday. It was a last-minute dash, but we are going to dash ourselves for security. We're going to get ourselves, though. It's game number 4 out of 5. Gibson, it's Erangel time.
And the flight path for Erangel is from 12 down to 5. It's north to south east, finishing just off the bay on Millie Island. I think with this flight path, everybody should get to their primary drop spots, which means we should have a very scripted game as we get the view from the ground of that plane making its way in. Funny that Felix would bring up Ibby, right, Mark? Because when you look at the way Mad Bulls play, particularly on the scouting side of things, he is the forward scout. He's the one that you see taking high ground early, and I think a lot of the times he's been caught out because teams have kind of been looking for him. They see the idea that they know he'll be in these areas, and as a solo, they feel that they can pick up that point.
I thought it was going to be a hot drop. So, and they didn't actually. Tractor team were going to challenge. They just jumped out just before. So, anyway, I just panicked. I panicked production for 2 seconds. Yeah, you mentioned Ibby. Survivability. The guy's insane. I love watching Ibby play. I think he's such a great player. It's just something that isn't jetting. And the only thing I can put it back to is the Molodoc leaving the player going. Is that causing an impact? I don't know, because he made the E-pick up. He done that kind of, they've done a 3-1, like he just E-pick up the try, but he got shot out the sky. That's unlucky, right? And then as a result, we do get the other clash. As a result, the guys soon went down because they didn't have the intel where to go, and it looked like on the kill feed, though, Gibson, the rest of Mad Balls rolled straight into a bit of a trap, but maybe not this time. Zone goes right back up towards the top, and it's only BB team and Will Die, I'm going to say, on that north side of the zone that remains in.
Yeah, and that zone's a really fun one, because when you consider the points of entry to the zone, if you're not taking an emergency pickup, you've got a choice of the kind of 4 primary bridges, or you can rotate to the east of Yaz on those Stalber Hills and come into the zone either at Nolene or a little bit further forward. So a lot of these teams will rotate very early. You know, you look at the likes of Exhalation rotating in that side of the zone. You probably assume that Mad Bulls will rotate towards Nolene as well. Full First has locked and secured that compound. Although 3 teams dropped on Millie Island, Entropic, Ascend and Navi. Last time this happened, Navi got a free rotate into the zone. There was no real bridge camp. What's your early bet on what'll happen here?
It's a difficult one because I actually want to incorporate Entropic. So we saw in the upper bracket though, Ascend make the dash towards the West Bridge on a zone like this to try and hold out Entropic. Entropic took the E pick up, and I think there's a couple of memes online about it. Anyway, Na'Vi are now an extra piece to the puzzle because they have the option. They are the closest. This is Na'Vi's alt drop spots. We know this is always going to be a potential clash here anyway. But with Na'Vi controlling the bridge, Ascend need to really think about how they rotate. I actually think Entropic might go to the West Bridge and might be cheeky and overplay that Ascend might not push for that East Bridge and make the softer rotation around the other side.
Either way, Ascend could be in trouble, right? Na'Vi or Entropic could potentially be, blockades on their way inside the circle. Hockey will move early. FaZe Clan, though, we can see James right now. This is, of course, the full 4 of FaZe Clan. Sparking has been replaced again by Corexi, who's the normal player inside that 4. They'll be finished looting up pretty soon. They're looking really good in the early phase of this year, though. Like, coming into international events, they're probably the most exciting team to watch because they've got a great mix of wiliness, knowing when to rotate, knowing when to third party. But mechanically, too, it's 4 gods.
Yeah, they're insane. FX is insane. Just want to go back and add some more colour towards the drops and what we're seeing. Na'Vi's other drop is Stauber, if they can't get. So, like Novo is, like, primary / alt. And Na'Vi had the opportunity to go to that drop zone on this flight path, but they chose not to. They've made an active decision to maybe look at holding out a team like Ascend.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. They would have known dropping here that Ascend will be close by. I think it's a pretty good point that you make, and it's nice to see that they're being more aggressive. Now, being real, though, when you think of the roster that they have, Soseds and their Fairest is the IGL. When you have young, exciting, mechanically gifted players, sometimes you gotta say, you know what? Let's take the fight. Let's do it. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They started today pretty well. But Mark, elsewhere around the zone, we're watching Foot. They're playing it by crates. They got to be careful because the young Danes, they're going to be on the bridge rotating now. And can Vard pick apart one of these players as they move it across?
I think he's going to have a look. He's going to scout the compound. I wouldn't be surprised to see Foot make the same movement. They're going to go towards the cube compound. From the cube compound, they might try and hold. They will be waiting for the zone to push back their way. If they get it, be great. We'll see Foot potentially in the end zone. Maybe, though, if it does push back towards the north, it might see the capabilities that actually it's going to play away from their odds. How? They're going to rotate, obviously, their way in. They're following in for Mad Balls as well. There's a lot of quick decision-making from these teams, but before we get into a lot of the action, let's just bring back FedEx and just break down this zone.
Thank you so much, Mark. Interesting thing I just quickly wanted to note. We've seen these circles up towards the northern side now twice, or maybe even for a third time now. And each and every time, we've seen Win or Die go for an early play and rotate. And this round, things are different, right? And I think the teams that did opt for an early rotate know this, and I kind of want to highlight BBL in that regard especially. They know that Win or Die likes to take plane early, so what they did is make an even earlier rotate. BBL was one of the first teams to even rotate in there, and they took plane away from Win or Die. It's just one of these quick things on how timing impacts rotations, even in Phase 1, and even in lobby, where normally everyone knows where everyone else is going, at least in Phase 1, on circles that we've seen before.
And then looking at all the other teams that could have rotation options here, Falix, that rotate around the side of Yaz is usually one of the safer ones. FaZe are making that push right now, and they're following in behind Exhalation, but Exhalation might be getting a bit greedy. They're moving even deeper into the zone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not FaZe has problems with it. Usually they don't. I feel like if they do have an eastern entry, which they, as you said, usually do on these northern and northwestern kind of circles, they play it down from the hillside, relatively safe. Then again, to really get an access in towards center, at some point, you gotta cross the street, right? The gas station street that's following up to Zaverny, and that first entry, that's where I'm most interested to see where they will opt to go from there on onwards, or even if they will maybe take an entry towards northern side of Zaverny, because that's the one that's for the first time, really the dangerous one and the one that has the most impact going forward.
Is it impact? Got these teams, and I was worried about the impact between that sort of southern rotate between Entropic, Ascend, and Na'Vi. And obviously, thank you very much, Felix, for jumping in, giving us a bit more context towards this zone. Looks like Na'Vi the first to go. Entropic now making the play up, and Ascend left, but they are taking their time. They are rotating stores south of that military island. So, lucky enough for most of the, well, all three of these teams, most teams will send into more of a centre position, Gibson, and it will allow the opportunity maybe to Ascend to play south of the water, and they might even get the zone.
It's like I said, Mark, it's like the inverse donut, right? It's what I talk about, where everybody actually goes for the middle, and it leaves a lot of free space on the edge. Perfectix will take down T-Bone from foot. It's the minute that we spoke about how good it was having T-Bone playing later into the game, in the previous map, he's going to get taken out inside phase 1 on the very next one. People say caster curses aren't real, but maybe sometimes when you when you put these vibes out into the universe, they will send it back twice as hard, and that's kind of what happened to T-Bone.
Love it, absolutely love it. The Hail Marys, we need to say our prayers for the teams. But for now, I'll take you guys the opportunity to go check out Tulpar, the perfect game experience. They're one of the major sponsors though for this event, not the only one, but they do have outstanding notebooks again. So if you haven't already, go check out their website, tulparnotebooks.de.
Yeah, the ability to game on the go with those notebooks. Look, I've checked out the website too. The bang for buck on their products is incredible. So check it out. It's massive thank you to them for supporting this event. But Mark, I'm looking at what's going on, right? Twisted Minds. Obviously, but Batu isn't here today. The coach is filling in. But it's almost as if they've been allergic to placement points. They've got, is it 2 placement points over all the maps that we've had so far? That's not what Twisted Minds are good at. It's not, or, you know, they're not good whenever they, how do I put this the right way? Their gameplay is built upon playing into the end of a map and then dominating the teams in those late circles. They've just not been able to play that way in this lobby.
You say that, but that's why they want the extra games. This is exactly what happened in the upper bracket, and then they dominated the lower bracket. Maybe there is no
lower bracket.
Yeah, maybe they're just looking at this as 3 days. Maybe it's the same thing in their mind. Like day 1 is lower bracket, day 2 is a little bit of mix of the two. So I'm hoping to see a bit more of an aggressive stance from them. But you're right, they need to get more placement points. It's not just about kills. They frag, right? They're getting kills. So it's not like they're bottom of the leaderboard. They are contending in that lower pack, but just add what you're doing with a couple more placement points, you'll see yourself. And that's that balance we always talk about. The balance side of the zone, it does pull back towards the bottom side, down towards the south. This is what Foot Esports play for. This is their zone. So keep an eye on this team, Gibson, because this is well rehearsed.
Oh, 100%. When a lot of teams have set locations and ways they want to play. And with the circle, we're seeing some of that come to action. BBL have Plane Crash. You have Plinska Bocce. Hoyle are pretty close to Mad Bulls, who... You look at the way they're playing. Ebby playing much closer to his team than we've seen over previous maps, and this is a much better way for them to play. Closer to the team, be able to get those trades and refrags. I'm a much bigger fan of what they're doing. We saw Ascend rotate past Everest as well. It's a late rotate from Ascend, and this is more akin to what they want.
Like this though, Entropic. Eager not to push too far. They are checking. Hawkeye with his Hawkeyes. Looks towards that boatyard. But this zone is dangerous for some teams because, like in Entropic, you don't need to push over just yet. Sometimes playing in late on these will be better. The Mad, he's going to try and put his car a little bit closer so he can get on towards that roof. No push up from the team. Code Marco looking back towards Exhalation. They're not too far away from this one, but we do know how can lock down the compound pretty well, but they've got to get an initial knock if a team tries to breach.
Yeah, Gustav having a peek at BB. FaZe electing to leave now as the blue zone shifts away from them as well. Fex, of course, being knocked will force Corexi to go, and that means that Gustav will just put down covering fire. Gustav doesn't even need to hit these shots. He just needs to put pressure onto BB so that they can't focus on the downed player.
Gotta keep focused though. FaZe, they're focusing away now in. Teams rotates up. Zeki's down. Is this fake? Does he know that the tractor team are underneath in the belly of the beast? I don't know just yet, but he does know BBL. I'll sit on the crash plane. So FaZe, they're going for a north rotation. They're trying to find a new home at the moment. I don't know if he knows he's got a team right underneath his footsteps.
That's the thing, right? Does he know? I'm not quite sure. James is rotating away, though, and may just cross paths with Braxco as the Ascend players rotate extreme to the north, right? Ascend have gone from the most extreme point on the southeast to now the most extreme point on the northwest with their rotate. That is one hell of a mileage rotate, all to run into FaZe, and Vex will get that opening knock on the Braxco. James couldn't get the gun out at the right time. Kiliakai will find that one, but there's Vex at it again, the Welsh wizard, hitting the shots when he needs to the most. And another one from Corexi.
Oh, they had to be confident Ascend here, but they didn't expect Vex to be laying the shots. But he goes down. Mika is back and laying down the law. 2 remain here from Vex. They are tightened down slightly, so they need to collapse, but they have danger from behind. And there we go. The Tractor team, they're engaging. They're coming out their little cubby hole, and they might be able to pick up a few extra points here. But Corexi, he's going to deny the opportunity. Ascend late into the zone, first going out.
Yeah, and Tractor team, 1 kill for them and pushing for more, wrapping around any potential rotate that FaZe could go for as they make their way into the zone. But Corexi was reading it. Armanzi will fall. Jambo's going for the trade. The jammer pack will click on to empty. Lighted is going to probably go down to the blue in a second.
No.
And Corexi got the knock.
Oh, what action are we seeing? This is outside the zone. It's phase number 3. Howell crashing the compound now. Mad Balls trying out the defense. Molodot comes over the top. He goes down to a one-shot, but Jedrox from the compound further afield does put him down. Down to remain here from Howell. The Mad has breached the compound, but let's see if he can breach these final kills. And the Howell leave it down to the solo ranger.
Yeah, and Rune will drop. Nixie and Quizzy combining. Down they go. Molodot has been smoked out, but this is what the challenge that was laid out by Falix was for Mad Bulls. Play closer together. Get more kill points. Trade each other out, and that's what they've done. But look at this. You've got Navi having a little bit of a look. Winner, Die, and Exhalation all running in. Pixel, though, might be about to unleash a world of pain onto Pod Samurai as well as he's playing on those bunker stairs.
This is so dangerous. I love this though. Pixel's way M249 way to BBL chasing. Though she'd has been so good so far in this grand final. He's putting down another kill against his name. BBL gonna wrap in. They had the plane early. BB team gonna wrap past as they've already taken the stab though from that team. So risk averse. Maybe send yourself a little bit further in, but Pod, they are now going to be looking over, and Pixel, he gets caught as Pod Samurai need to reposition and stop any more coming in. But those shots from Naleb, insane. Spyro down and BB not getting a break.
Even without Looks, I think Plinska Bocce are going to be a menace, right? Rista, Nail Up, and Yuri are so fun to watch. Phil first though, he gets the shot off with the SLR on the Nail Up. That'll be a knock. So Rista and Yuri need to smoke and provide some cover to attempt to get this res. On the other side though, BBL, Pod Samurai by the plane crash. What is going to happen next? Dante creeping in, but this could be another huge fight.
Oh, this is a huge... I don't think BBL even clocked that pod there. Dante engages, doesn't get the knock. Going to draw the attention. BBL instantly look back, but there's only one player from Pod that is out in the blue. The rest of them are towards their south, but the rest of them already start engaging with Young Danes. Presenti had to dodge, duck, and dive, but Plint is there. Mickens goes down. It's a quick kill confirmed by the dangerous duo from Pod Samanet.
Yeah, more points on the board. Pod Samurai have had a pretty good day, but Dante, as you can see, he's taken a lot of damage inside the blue. Lighted, Dante's just waiting. Both these players sitting in the blue, and because of it, Mark, because of the amount they're taking a second, One headshot is probably all either of these players need to find. Young Danes need to rotate in as well. I literally saw Pixel go prone with the M249 and knew that only bad things were going to happen, Pin.
Unleash hell. Pixel launches, using the tripod to his advantage. Now swaps to the mini. Rockstow does get some great knocks back though as he's launching every Kobe nade he can. But Pixel's still laying. He's got the opportunity to swap back to the M249 and he does, but he makes an extension forward.
Yeah, the blue zone's a problem for Pixel, though, as he moves up towards the rock. Does he have enough time to get a first aid off? Doesn't matter. Rocks will tag him with the MK. And now Rocks has got to move into the zone as well. Pod Samuel keeping everybody up because they still have a rotate to make into the zone. But let's not forget about Ketter, who's still alive for the Young Danes and waiting. And just as I said, he was there. He gets the knock onto Presenti.
Get the knock on Presenti. And so don't forget, he's storing that blue as well. Back towards the other side, strip things over. BB team on the defense here with Plin. They took a huge wrap around. They did lose two, but these dangerous duo are fighting it out. For Esports, this is their normal train to move in and clear. But they're going down one as well. BB going to clear up Beamy now as he'll focus attention back towards Plin.
Yeah, Rista spotted by a doozy. BB will get that kill on the Plinskaboche. Now on the west, you've got Foot, BB, Pod Samuel, BBL, Tractor Team are still alive as well. They have not fallen. They're a mile inside the blue. But Dante, I love Dante. He's not afraid to go into the blue to try to outmaneuver and outposition the teams around him.
He's going for that coverage. He's going for that tree. BBL, it's not dropping the ball though. He's going to have a little look himself. Both these team players don't have the jammer packs on, so they are taking blue damage. It's phase 4, so does take a bit of damage. Dante does get smashed on the confirm though, and we can see BBL sheet up looking forward as he's now taking some shots though towards Navi.
Yeah, Thunderlost is up close and personal, and Thunderlost gets the knock onto Dante. Tree will be the next target, but he's taking enough damage that he'll be forced to fall back as Foot are able to third party, and Foot are going to wipe out Pod Samuel. 10 teams left alive, and the zone moves for win or die. Their compound is almost center of the zone, and it's probably going to stay there for a long time, and they just gotta chill. They just gotta wait. Might not get a lot of kills. People might not farm their way your direction. The rest of the lobby will likely thin it out for you. But if win or die play this right from this position, they should be able to pick up that chicken dinner. But there's still a lot of this book to be written.
It's about the book to be written. More teams to get in. These pages turn and just leaves teams in dust. Everyone fighting for an extension. We know that this didn't work very well for BB team. NC for Foot. He's going to go launch out for one. Does get one, but he goes down. But it's actually from BBL as they overshoot the other side. Vard, final player now from Fit Esports, going to have to try and pop some smokes. He needs to get him in as well. He's going to pop those smokes just to allow the time for his car to get moving and get some cover.
I think Itzy will be a little bit disappointed in himself that he wasn't able to get those 2 knocks, and now that'll be the end of them. And Tropic with 2 more kills. Your lobby leaders on the verge of making it to the placement points once more. BB and BBL fighting on the edge of the zone now too. Tractor Team's Jambo is still alive. Don't worry, he's still trying to get inside the circle. Twisted Minds though, they're getting aggressive now because they have to with Exhalation rotating their way.
We do. Lou, continuing forward. He's going to try and stop him. These guys now going to get a knockdown. Going to try and get the res back on the board. Exhalation, unfortunately for them, that's the end of their journey. 8th place for them. 7 teams remain. 23 left on the board. And then Tropic and Rover watching BBL. And they've got a ridge line, but both these teams can be fighting for the same ridge.
Oh, 100%. 100%. You clear this ridge, you control a huge section of the zone. Shilla will step into the blue. Perfect. Well, I don't know what's happened per Perfectix, but he's been dealt with. And that's not what Twisted Minds would have liked there whatsoever. Nade tossed towards Example, I believe that is, by the tree, but it doesn't matter. Lou with the Groza will find Hockey. 3 versus 3 on the edge with still BBL pushing on the other side.
Well, all these teams here are fighting for that one ridge line at the moment. BBL They got to try and come in for that third party. And Tropic, though, back against the wall as Twisted Minds looking to work on those placement points. They're here at the moment, but Jenny says no. He puts down example. Now draws his attention back towards the top side. BBL, it won't be long for them to come for the third party, but Dedrix will put down the final player now for Twisted Minds is Lou. He's going to try and get the smoke as he gets confirmed on the board. It's going to be down to a very, very painful. Look at that, Mad Balls on the map. They're even looking for this one, and Nixie's leaving Ibby to himself as they're going for a 3-1 split.
Yeah, and I think they know Navi's to their north as well, so Ibby will keep an eye on what Navi is doing, and the rest of the team will focus on this fight on the west side of the zone. Johnny tossing down tons of stuns because you got to be careful with that Groza in the hands of Lou. That can shred people in a matter of seconds, but I think Dedrix is going to go prone. Shilla, BBL, third party. Johnny will get knocked, and that leaves it all to Dedrix.
And Twisted Minds be reading that kill feed going, we might be able to get the opportunity to get a resin now. Dedrix, no nade, no monies. He just has to sit and wait now for this smoke to go and keep his head on the swivel. Does look back towards the other side. And there, on the top left, BBL just looking down. Dedrix in a very strange location, so he won't be spotted straight away, but he might get the first shots, though, on Twisted Minds.
Yeah, one good spray transfer will say goodnight, Irene, but it doesn't matter. They were ready. Example, tearing Dedrix down. And Tropic fall in 6th place. 5 teams left alive as BBL will now flee towards the north, knowing that the zone is probably the priority. But look at Molodoct and Quizzy. They're ready to lock out TM.
I think there's an argument to say they know who's in front of them as well, so keep him down, keep him suppressed on that bottom side of the leaderboard. Win or die, you're right, low on the kills, but still got the hard cover. Navi moved their way in. It's going to allow Ibby, as he hears the cars move, he might need to want to reposition himself back towards the team. And BBL, they don't wait for Mad Balls to arrive. Sheeda is still on form, and there's one. All right, we'll pick the other up. And there we go for our top 4. Navi with 4, Mad Balls with 4, Win or Die with 3, and BBL with a dangerous duo. These two are on fire, Gibson.
Yeah, they're playing so... Iro was turned up big time for BBL over the last few days. And I just want to touch on TM too. You know that they have just increased their full tournament placement points tally for the grand finals by 150% by coming 5th. Like, that shows how little an impact they've been in the late game. I love that Mad Bulls have now given up the north to Navi. They knew that Navi were in that location, so they're going to move further south. Now they're waiting to see what BBL do next, but it's just a waiting game now. Nobody really has an angle on any other team, so it's just that wait for the next zone shift.
And this is where we see the zones quieten down. It's more now need to get information. It's been very explosive coming into here, and now it's calm. Reposition, rethink, wait for the next zone. It's phase number 6. We've got a couple more left, really. And arguably, Win or Die, they've got the most to lose because they haven't got all the intel. They've been in the compound for so long. They've not been in the midst of things like BBL.
They really haven't. And BBL, down to a 2, I feel like the zones really worked against them here too. Like, you don't want to be the duo whenever the zone's shifting and you're on the same side of the circle as the likes of Win or Die and Mad Bulls. So it's not looking good for them in this 4-4-3-2. Navi, they're really hoping they can get their second chicken dinner of the night too. But let's talk about Mad Bulls. It was about this time yesterday they came to life as well.
Yeah, they're really engaged in Erangel, and then they got that chicken dinner on the last game as well. Well deserved. Logic is Mad Bulls, for me, will sit on the outside edge of blue. They'll wait because they believe BBL will come down. There's no way a team, especially if they're down numbers, and if they've been reading the kill feed, which they most rightly have, they know it's a duo up there as well. So I think they're either going to try and crawl the line, which would be really difficult with the zone popping in 7 seconds. I think Mad Balls will play the outside edge of because Ibby remained it behind. He can see where Navi played to. So they'll be looking to get these last couple of kills on the board and take 3 teams in towards the final couple of zones.
Yeah, and BBL creeping in now as well. Phase 7 is closing. You can see on the mini-map that blue line that is moving towards. The little single line is how close the blue zone is to the player we're currently spectating. Because I know some people might watch this and not necessarily play, so that's something they'd like to know. However, Mark, there's the first set of bullets that have been fired inside Phase 7, and Mad Bulls look like they're going to get aggressive now as well. And here comes the start of the push from Nixie.
Well, they need more kills, don't they? The bunny hop, that's going to expose one, but now exposes the second. The util dump will start to happen now. Who's don't know he comes out because he gets the first one down to see the last player now for BBL, and that's well played. A nice 2 kills here from the Bulls as they will take themselves up towards 5th place. And looks like Win or Die also getting aggressive. Hakatori, he was the one anchoring on the north side, and Win or Die, they needed to get rid of him because they need to play out towards the ridgeline in front of him.
Yeah, 3v4v3 now. Mad Bulls on this west side of the circle, firing towards Navi as well. And level 3 gear for Hello My Bad. He's got a Groza. And this is a huge opportunity for all of these teams to get a big chunk of points on the board. We spoke about Win or Die needing to wait and let the lobby thin itself out. Now that it has, they can extend out and try to exert some pressure.
It's the pressure they needed, and there's a pressure onto Hakatori because he was on that rock there. And if he was remaining, that's a dangerous player to be able to control the team. Doesn't matter if you're only a 3 or a 4. He'll got the hard cover, and he's got the shots on hands. Now, it's going to go down to a 3 versus 4, and the numbers are in the favour of Mad Bulls. And Mad Bulls have got quite a bit of zone if they want to have it. But it is difficult terrain to play. Very, very open for the Mad Bulls. I think they might want to sweep in on the blue as well. Just depends on which side they want to go.
That's it. They know that the south is completely clear. They know where Navi and Win or Die are. So it's just a matter of covering your flanks and waiting for these teams that are on the high ground to begin pushing your direction, because the zone is very favourable for Mad Bulls as things stand. Fairest will smoke off one side, might be cover to move up, might just be to smoke off the ridgeline to prevent the push yet. As they're smoking off Mad Bulls so they can fight with Win or Die.
Yeah, that's the right play. That is exactly what I was going to say. They're trying to cover. They know that there's a team to the south, but if they can hold the high ground on that team, it's going to be in their favour of Navi, looking for a second chicken dinner for them. They are just going to sit, wait, watch. That smoke is dissipating, but it is all about either taking the fight with Win or Die, or more importantly, pushing Win or Die into Mad Bulls. If that happens, Navi will really engage, and that means they're going to try and take the high ground off both these teams.
Yeah, and the high ground is a really good thing while you've got the ridgeline. Once you need to come down from the high ground, it's really difficult to do. So Navi want to clean up Win or Die. Win or Die want to clean up Navi, and Mad Bulls wait. It's the calm before the storm.
Well, there's going to be a storm. The question is, who's going to land on top now? Mad Bulls still wait, watch, and listen. There goes the dot. They're going to have to fight their way uphill, and with Win or Die not pushing down, I think we're going to see a clash of the Titans at the top, and it might be a Mad Bulls to swing in. Here comes the util dump. I wonder how much Navi's got remaining, because Mad Bulls and Win or Die really haven't been engaged that much, and there's a free nade instantly come up for Win or Die. Target acquired, and so said, he's the one that gets knocked.
It was an airstrike, mate. Hello, my bad. We'll get another one. Fairest trades it back, but Fairest is down to 12 HP. Look at Mad Bulls as well. They're turning up the aggression. They know that the opportunity is here. Win or Die will get eliminated by Molotov, and just as we expected, Mad Bulls pick up 17 points off of that one and will shoot up the leaderboard with that one, and that was really well timed from them.
There's timing to perfection. Timing came very early on because they held the compound, they left Ibby behind, they then played towards the south. They knew how to play this end zone really well. There's loads to discuss on that one. Let's take a quick break though and bring back Big Brain Felix, because he will have a lot to say. I'll see you guys though in round number 5.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Here we go. Big Brains Phalanx with the big call early on for a win for Mad Balls. Arguably, they needed it. I would have said they would have needed it maybe a couple of games before, but generally speaking, it was played to perfection, though, I felt, between rotation, time to engage, time to disengage. There's a lot really to pick apart with that Mad Balls game.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from Mad Balls. We're going to see it as well. There was this one move that I really wanted to highlight, which was Mad Balls. They stayed for quite a long time in the compound originally that Na'Vi was pushing to the west of it. And then there was this one call, I think it was phase 6 or phase 7 maybe, where you had two of them, Quizzy and Molodost. They rotated out of it, entry to the southwestern side when they knew Entropic and the rest of the teams were fighting, and because of that had another position they could play off of as soon as the compound shifted out. And that was the great play that really made them win the game as well. And to have the insiders in IGL to know that this spot is probably going to be clear, first of all, is a great call. Second of all, is involved with huge risk. And I really liked that they did that. And that's the kind of confidence that we've been missing in the first two games. So, yeah, hats off to Mad, the way they finished off the game as well in terms of utility usage. Not an easy game to win.
No, it definitely wasn't an easy game to win. And you're right. It was that call to disengage and move around. That, for me, as a caster and watching that, that's where they kind of really sort of solidified themselves, concreted themselves into a position where actually I think this team's going to take the win. It all came down to, though, Gibson, that fight at the top, win or die, and Na'Vi. If one of those teams could have cleared it, it could have been different. Maybe you'd argue to say the team with the high ground would have got the win, but the fact that Na'Vi couldn't clear win or die, and win or die survivability was insane, it just played into the Mad Balls.
Yeah, it did. And you got to think about this from the standpoint of what the players know as well. They knew that Na'Vi were to the north. They knew that Win or Die were holding the compound. And then by just process of elimination and audio cues, they knew where the other three teams were. So BBL, Twisted Minds, and what was left of Entropic. So they knew that if they wrapped all the way south and cleared out those teams, with a little bit of circle luck, that they could wait to the very end and then third party the fight between Na'Vi and Win or Die at the end. They were thinking 3-4 zones ahead with that one, and because of it, they were able to take the win. And that's what you expect more of from a team like Mad Bulls with veteran leadership.
Well, we talk about holds, we talk about rotates. For me, one of the big teams, though, for the rotate was BBL Felix. Huge early rotation from them. They played themselves into the plane. But even down numbers, this team refuses to go down. Sheila is on fire.
Yeah, they just did not want to go out whatsoever. You can see it here as well. The ability to, and the confidence as well, to still third party, knowing that this is probably the best amount of points you will gather in this round, is really, really strong. You can see them peeking down the ridgeline. Sure, it didn't work out perfectly in this round. I feel like the fight before that on the western side, unfortunately, just didn't go as cleanly as they wanted to. I think otherwise this would have been a massive round for them, actually. But either way, yeah, the confidence to peek down the third party, great stuff coming out from BBL. And you were talking about the rotate. I really like what they did. I think they knew that if they adjusted their timing in just the right amount, I think it was maybe 15-20 seconds earlier, they knew they were going to over-rotate Win or Die, because even though Win or Die moves out of the city really early and loves to play plane, they still have to loot. Right, they still have to loot, and they will be out of the plane with the plane path we've had later than BBL. So that's another bonus on top of the rotation timing they had anyway. So yeah, great over rotate, got themselves into a spot that usually you can play out of in these kind of circles on foot throughout the entirety of the game, which is what actually happened as well. Just unfortunate that it shifted far towards the east, and just winning the game wasn't in the cards.
Yeah, we're on foot, and it was far towards the east for them, but they kept on rolling. Let's actually see, though, 7 kills and a winner chicken dinner for the Mad Balls. How high up the table did that game put them? I think there's a lot of things that we need to start factoring in now. And let's take out the global partner teams, invited teams, right, the regional teams. It's the wild card. This is the point I really want to start looking at, Felix, because you look at a win there from our team Mad Balls. The only real two teams that stand in their way now really is the Win or Die and Young Danes that sit in 3rd and 4th. So they closed the gap. They've got a little bit more, though, to take off.
Yeah, for everyone watching, do be reminded, the partner teams are invited already, so it doesn't matter at the moment if Entropic or Na'Vi win it. Even a BBL, right, and a Face Clan could be above them. All of these teams right there in the top 8 that are partner teams anyways, they could be above them, and you would still get the slot. for the PEC wildcard. So yeah, once again, it's gonna come down to Map Bulls catching up. This is a great step. I would have expected them to be even further up there, honestly, with the amount of frags they had in this round. But Win or Die obviously had a great game as well. They sent it up really early on the compound. There was a great move as well to pick that one out of all of the positions they had, because they did have a 2-2 split earlier on and decided to group out the compound up there, which originally was pretty close to the BBL rotate as well. So great stuff coming out from all these top 3 teams. For now, it's gonna come down to keep going, especially since all of these teams are in the PEC quals anyways at the moment. And for now, at least for now, that might change tomorrow. It sounds like they still have 2 chances left in terms of qualification.
Yeah, and I think at this point we can probably rule Tractor Team out as trying to get that spot.
No.
I know I hate Mark doesn't like that at all, but I think we can rule them out at this point.
Oh no.
But I suppose the real question is, what's going wrong for Hoyle right now? They have 21 points total, 8 from kills, 8 from placement points, 13 from kills. What's kind of going wrong for them? Like, why do you think they're underperforming?
Yeah. It's difficult.
Honestly, how?
Look on, you go, Felix. You got the main brains.
No,
I'll
you
put my point
go.
after. No, all you.
You first, and I can copy whatever you say.
Ah,
No, but,
It was for Felix. It was for Felix. Because Mark, why would I ask you a question about this? Come on.
I love you.
No, yeah, I mean, everyone's loves Howl, right? Howl is an amazing team. They've got a great lineup coming up. I think Cold Marco is always the player to watch from that lineup. I think it's weird because I feel like they're mixing up their playstyle to some degree. Normally we saw them heavily hugging the edge. Same with their BBL has now changed it to the same degree, and now they're going for a little bit more centralized. And I feel like they've lost their identity to some degree. And I think that combined with the new zones that we have is just really, really tough for them. I feel like they very rarely get into isolated fights as much as they want to, and due to the fact, can't really play on their strengths.
Well, I couldn't agree actually more, but one thing I feel a bit rude. I've got to get rid of you, Felix, mate. You butted in. See you later. Get out of here. It's game number 5. It's our final game. We'll see Felix in a couple of seconds, but let's get into it though. It's day number 2, final flight path. It's Erangel. It's coming up. Let's go.
This is it, the final map of day 2. We're going from 6 up to 11. It's almost the same flight path we had last time, just flipped around the other way. And now we'll see decisions. Maybe do Navi get off the plane early and go to kind of keep an eye on that bridge and ascend early once more? Or do they leave really late and long drop it towards Stalber? Well, they've answered the question off the bat. Going towards Novo, and they are going to attempt once more to keep Ascend, who, if you're clever and kept an eye, haven't gone for that drop.
Well, Ascend will go for their ult now. They're going to go Zaki. So they're going to play late on the flight path here, and they are going to try and play in on the edge of zone, which we know Ascend like to do. Just going back to your point of how, and I think Felix put the nail on the head. I just want to add, it's the added player. Code Marco operates at a completely different pace. Now, as much as I believe they are settling into that pace, you got to remember how are a team that centered up Circle. They were like, hey, let's go straight in. Let's find the center compound and hold. Code Marco is changing that, changing how they're operating. They just need a couple of more reps. And then what they don't need is the Mad trying to take on FaZe as a single-handed man.
Mm-hmm. I think, it's nothing on. Like, Code Marco is a player who can do that, right?
Oh.
Get on the bike. Example was just a little bit too slow on the push, but that could have been really bad for BBL to kick things off. Also, you know what I want to say? I see some of the coaches are watching this on the broadcast, and all I can say, Mark, is I don't know how they do it. You can do all the prep in the world as a coach and get ready for it. Like, Scoom's probably there, people like Kowo. How do they watch? Because they can't impact the game anymore because it's down to the players. Do they watch? Do they cover their eyes? Like, I wouldn't be able to. I'd be behind the sofa not watching because it's like, you just don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, but they're the big brains. We know, like Kowo, Scroom, like these guys, again, all of them will be taking notes. They'll be taking opportunities. There's a prize pool in hand, right? We've got money on the line, but also for some of these teams, it's going to be the PEC wildcard. They're going to be looking to get themselves in on that playoff section. So anything they can take away from every game of PUBG is huge. You can, if you build your database on rotates, you build your database. I think it might have been yourself that mentioned, actually, arguably, the grand finals might have been the easiest set for some of these teams because it's got the most data around who rotates where and how. So
most teams are settled, but if you've got all that data, you need someone to execute it, and that comes from those coaches.
Yeah, it is. And let's turn our attention away from the coaches and towards the zone. Mark, a little cheeky 50-50 between the main island and Millie Island. And
where's it going, Gibson?
with that,
Come on.
right, here's what's going to happen. It's going to keep both in as long as possible and make it horrible for all these players. That's what's going to happen, right?
Yeah,
We're going to keep...
I agree, but make the commitment. It's going to keep both in. I agree that next zone, I think, is going to do that. But which way is it going to bounce?
Right. My like way too early, completely incorrect prediction is that it's going to shift towards the east, a little bit towards the northeast, which will keep a massive chunk of both islands in and barely any of the bridge, so that we get later in the game when it eventually shifts north, people on the island have to swim across. That's what's going to happen.
I'll go the other way. I think it will shift east. I think we'll see the bridge. I think it might play down towards that midi as very, very toxic. But I'm an agent of chaos. I want to see it happen. I think this is why we're going to see a lot of people play towards the bridge as well, and maybe even try and hold out a boat. So maybe Primorsk is not a bad shout as well, especially for a team like Ascend. They dropped Zaki, maybe play down late, hit Primorsk, wait. If it goes north, yes, you've got to rotate back in again. But if it goes milli, you have the opportunity to take that rotate in on the boat.
So you want this to go south. So Mark, are you the type of person that'll laugh at somebody when they fall instead of helping them back up?
In PUBG? Or real life? Actually, to be fair, it's the same.
So there's clearly a different answer depending on which one.
I love when people throw that across. Just not in real life, Gibson.
I can't lie. Mark's the sort of person that if somebody fell, he'd take them to the hospital. He's too nice.
Too nice, but not in PUBG. There's no hospitals in PUBG, apart from if you're playing Erangel, but there's no one working today.
So, what are they're scouting out from on top of the mountain. You can see, this is actually great. I love seeing players' POVs at this section of the game, because that showed you that Gedrox on top of Everest was able to spot the foot rotate, was able to see other teams going, and he was calling that to the team. He goes, right, there's one team rotating further down towards your right, so just remember that when you're rotating. That's really well caught by the observer to show us that.
It's about information. Information is key. And if you need more information, you need speed. And if you need speed, you need processor and graphic speed. And you can only get that from Tulpar notebooks. So get yourself over there and check themselves out. Dante, on the other hand, is going to get himself in the car. He's going to speed his way south for now, as he's seen multiple teams come by. You've always got to worry, though, if you sit tight in a compound and you see everybody else in the lobby descend south, you're like, have we made the wrong call, or are we late somewhere?
You got to commit, right? The big thing is you have got to commit to whatever decision you make. As of right now, nobody has really crossed that bridge yet. Navi will make their way into the circle. Smash will drive by onto Vard, whose seat swap's going the other way, and they just keep getting agonizingly further away where they were fighting. T-Bone goes for the peak on the other side, but this is all going on by Dogfood, and Beamy, one of the best bolty players in the world, must love the Dragonov because you get the best of both worlds, and he will use it to get that kill onto Smash, and Foot with another point on the board.
This would be interesting if it comes their way. It'd be Llama or Quarry. Be a great ending, especially for Foot as well. Taking this compound, BBL going down. Foot again, they need to start telling the story that they climbed from that lower part of the leaderboard before we move in towards day number 3. For now, they'll take the point, and I think they'll be looking for where the hell is the rest of BBL.
Where are they is right. Where could they have gone? Where could this downed player have gone as well? FaZe are saying, they're like, he's behind the tree, but we can't overextend just yet because we've got to find the rest of Plinska Bocce, who are playing by the Dirty Dozen. One of my favourite map callouts, by the way, is the Dirty Dozen. If you don't know why it's called it, well, it's simple. There's 2 sets of 6 buildings together, which makes 12, and we just call it the Dirty Dozen. Comp callouts are fun.
Can't say them all, though. I will note while we're looking at FaZe, and I'll put my hands up in this one. I expected FaZe to take top spot today. They were in second place coming into today. They've been on fire throughout most of the tournament. And I would argue most people that might disagree with that because they just look so consistent. I think they've fallen short, though, day number 2. They've been caught, especially with the zone shifts. We've seen them, especially on Antago. They had to wrap in towards Entropic because they lost the zone. That's just one of many times that have happened. They've not had, I suppose, that bit of PUBG luck. But face of this team, Gibson, that never rely on PUBG luck for me. I just feel like they need to get back into swing of things, though, and climb their way back to top spot.
Yeah. Did you know why they're not at top, though, Mark?
Entropic are there.
Because you expected them to be there. That's why.
Maybe.
You got to be crafty about it. You know, you think FaZe have what it takes to get on the top. It's a better way to put it without putting the curse on it. We're waiting for the zone to close, though, Mark. 8 minutes and 20 seconds have now elapsed. So we're a minute and 25 away from when, or 35, sorry, away from when we will get that FaZe pop. And Quetpa is one shot away from being put down. But is the cover there from Code Marco? We spoke about it. Hoyle need to show up and show up hard. Ebby will dance around and Code Marco goes big. He gets 2, but Molodoc wraps around.
And he clears him very quickly as well. But they've gone down numbers here. How? 2 remain. They're on the other side. They've got the split here. The mad balls look good, though, for Erangel. But they've got to get these resis back on. But first, they've got to try and deal with How. And they've got to deal with them quick, though. Big shots, though. Mad takes it down. Molodoc wraps himself back around the other side. And here's the time now. 2v1. Here comes a nade from Mad. Molodoc, though, he's got to try and get anything he can dealt with quickly so he can get his boys back up.
Good nade puts a fantastic timer on the Nixie and Ebby, which should get those points confirmed. Molodoc will get a knock on to Matt, and Rurn can't get around in quick enough time to stop his player from being removed. So he's the last player up for his team. Quetpa, DBNO, but Rurn will go for a wide flank to get on the other side of Molodoc. But this is all on the edge of the circle, Mark, and it's just been everything that's been wrong with Hoyle so far. I love the team. I love the players. They're brilliant, but they're just not getting as many points as they should. Rurn does manage to get that one on the board, but he's got 4 points. With a circle like this, which could go to military, how many more points is he going to be able to pick up?
It was a dangerous outside edge fight. Dangerous. And it might end in that way as well. For now, that zone's going to shift. Oh, it goes heavy north. You got it right. Didn't even get that true east where we hold both. It sends goodbye towards the bridge now. Twisted Minds, they're going to be happy. They're parachuting themselves back towards that south bridge inking. It looks like we're going to get the snowmobile field. I do like that south trench though. I think that is a key to be having. But what's key now? Twisted Minds pick up these cars and reposition, as they're really the only team up in this north.
Yeah. They will be joined pretty soon by Ascend, who are rotating towards the north. You've still got Ruin will rotate in that way, but they'll take the twin yellows. It's a little bit away from the tempo compound, which is being picked up by Pod Samlet. Navi on the wrong side of the bridge, Mark. This is not pretty good. He's on the wrong side. They're on the wrong side of the bridge with Entropic, and BB are in a position to stop them from crossing.
They are now. That's the problem. Entropic, though, are having a look back that way. And for now, Navi and Entropic will try and hold out either side. This is going to be about speed of rotate. And Navi take on Entropic. They clear, or Entropic survive at Navi. They've still got a bit of zone. But how much attention do they draw, especially from BB team that's on the other side of the water?
Yeah, BB, I think, will be aware, though, right? And Entropic are too. I think that Navi might actually rotate over the East Bridge. I think that that's what they're going to do. So we'll keep an eye on the map, and if they come in from the east, you know that's what happened, but that is the smart play to do. Johnny is going to cross the bridge on the foot section of it. If he can get far enough over and get on the beach, they might be in a okay spot, but I think that they might make, yeah, they're making the exact same rotate. I think they're potentially scouting out the other side of the map. This is the problem with being shifted out of Millie by the zone. They know. Look, they know that Navi are doing the same.
Yeah, that is the right call though for them. And it's not been the first time this evening we see Navi take a wide wrap to get in. They're confident to take a blue, take the damage early on, and it will reward them later. So they're going to go on the other side. Entropic will be able to maybe not drop the ball south, just in case anyone wants to play in and down around. It'd be quite bizarre if they did, but I've seen stranger things. 30 Sports though, they're on the other side of the water. They are holding out. P90 in hand as well. Vard picking up a gear quite early.
You know my feelings about the P90. So does chat, because I talk about it so often. But that is great for Foot, and it's great for Vard. There's a little hashtag for Vard that I can't say on broadcast, but I'm pretty sure that's how he's feeling about this one. Na'Vi do rotate on the east bridge, so we got that bang on the money. It was the smart thing to do. I'm actually looking at the map, and I believe there is a map stream that you can keep up yourself as well. And Tropic are crossing that west bridge, and they might be in trouble from BB.
I'm going for it quite early. And don't forget the map stream is on Twitch. Exclamation mark map. I'm sure one of the mods will get it in chat now for you though. Vard, when you use that P90 as win or die, it's disappointing they can get the win last one. But they keep themselves alive, but Vard puts one, he puts two. He just about gets over that ridge and away he goes as Marcy puts down T-Bone.
Yeah, Marcy's getting rid of one of those members. Why is T-Bone always the player that gets taken down for foot?
It was Ibby the other day, or for Madballs, wasn't it? So share it.
It's always T-Bone for them too. Zone shifts and it hangs on to a little bit of water as it kicks towards Ferry Pier. And that Na'Vi compound is looking pretty good for the Young Danes, who have dead center of the circle. Some compounds are bad to have when you're in the middle of the zone. I think this compound for the Young Danes is a great one to have when you're in the center.
I actually love where BB are playing. That's that trench. We're going to see teams wrapping on that east-hand side as well. I think it was Exhalation here. Yeah, here. Then we're going to play in towards this sort of dips and crevice. Beforehand, there's a scout just ahead. Wouldn't be surprised to see more teams maybe stay out in the field and pray for it to go north again at the moment. But early rotation, early pickups. We've got to remember, it's the last game, though, for day number 2. There is one more day. We have one more best of 5 before we crown the winners, divide out the prize pool and claim the wild cards for 2 of these teams. But for now, they've got to find themselves in towards an end zone and a chicken dinner here for this final.
Yeah, chicken dinner at the end could do a lot of these teams favours. Imagine how far Young Danes would rocket up if they could get a second chicken dinner. However, on the other side of the circle, by dog food, Foot Esports are rotating beside the Tractor team, and Tractor team have picked up one of these kills already. And look at the way they're playing. Marcis is holding the circle. The rest of the team are waiting to see where the rest of Foot rotate in from. So, again, it's scout and hold. Scout and hold. Let's see if Foot are ready for it, because Ascend aren't too far away either with a 2-2 split.
And we mentioned about Nava in the rotate round. This is them now welcoming back into phase number 3. You welcome back on towards Phase's side. Corexy has picked him up. A couple of shots though go towards the compound now, and they might just try and smoke forward to play peekaboo, but the cars are still moving and rolling. Fex takes a couple more shots as well, but Ferris is going full send. He tries to get here. Fex plays peekaboo again, down to 1 shot. He just needs to launch a nade out. Here comes Vex. He's going for it. Sees the car coming back in on the other side. Phase Clan getting a full crash here from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and that knock, Ferris does fall. Corexy will get a knock on the Diffix as well. So FaZe Clan and Twisted Minds combining onto Na'Vi on the final map of the day. And look at the rotate now from the rest of the FaZe squad. Corexy sees the down player, but wants to make sure he knows where the other one is first, so he doesn't get caught cold by Hakatori, who's dancing around the smoke. Corexy spots him out. Does to get tagged by the nade. But FaZe Clan are running away from the blue.
Look at Fex. He's just driving around, trying to drive by people with the smoke, trying to pick up a knock on the inside. Doomsday, he does have a little look back himself. Gonna have to try and pick up the boys. It's phase number 3. Oh, Foot though. They try and wrap out the other side of the Tractor team, but now they wrap straight into win or die. And unfortunately for Foot Esports, it's not a great ending. 15th place for them.
Obliterated. Absolutely obliterated by Win or Die. The zone centers up on the Young Danes. Now the only thing that could go wrong for them is if this shifts south and they have to leave the compound. That is their worst fear in a circle like this. BBL have left the trenches, Mark. Iro's playing on the shack just below it, but they're playing the south side of the circle. So trenches are clear. Tractor team and Marcy's will find spots on the west side of the circle. Win or Die. If Win or Die get up here and find out the trenches are clear, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to park up in that position, because they're going to assume that Ascend for center is not really on the cards.
I think they're going to think the trenches have been taken. BBL do wrap south. It just depends on if they see it. And it's quite difficult to scout, though. But eventually they will get to a point where they will see them. And it might be a little bit of a dash there from Win or Die.
Yeah, Win or Die, I think, have scouted out the compound. They'll take it. BBL with the split. over by the gas station on the edge of the bridge, and Tropic are chasing the circle once more as they need to move in a little bit more. FaZe there by the Dirty Dozen. They'll be leaving that position now, as well as all these teams that like to play the edge are getting the gift of doing so. However, a lot of teams to deal with.
A gas can. It's never a day in a PUBG final when you don't see a gas can come out. Bodo, they're holding the field, quite dangerous. And Tropic need to get in. They've identified, though, the team in front. A few shots forward. The smoke grenades won't be for a wall to run across, but it'll be denying opportunities from BB team. FaZe, they've got opportunities now. They're taking the opportunity to catch win or die. And twist their minds out in the open field, but look at that, lose the final play. Does able to get himself a shack.
Yeah, Fex coming under heavy fire. He's still sending it, driving towards the trees. Will he get there? The Boom will find himself one. Sancho takes out Hakatori, as Exhalation now looking to deal even more damage with these nades and mollies being tossed in. Blazor will take down Fex and Corexi, meaning that Exhalation, who had a pretty good day yesterday, will finish today pretty strong as well. 4 kills on the board, 1 kill for everybody else. It's a team ace so far as we now move towards the 20-minute. But here, coming Tropic on to BB.
It's a difficult push, though, on that side, because you argue whoever's there first does get it. Gustav does get the boom down, so might see FaZe make the push, but back into the compound. BB team having to get their defense here, as Tropic will crash now in towards the petrol garage, and that is an explosive nade from Gwenzi's down, and Jedrox will follow up with a doozy knocked.
Dedrix gets a doozy. Phil first trades it back on to Johnny. Hockey gets the kill confirmed, as these two teams are giving each other everything that they've got in and around the gas station. Phil first goes low, and then he's going to get taken down to 0. This is Besto as the last player standing now for BB, and if anybody can win a 1vx situation, it is Besto.
Yeah, we've seen him play so aggressive even in the stages. Now they have to work their way down, and Tropic going to try and take the opportunity to get the res. Grendy's going to try and provide the cover. Best is looking to be creative now as he gets up on the high ground, but they are both out of zone, and the longer they leave it, we might see teams like Exhalation, when they clear their side, as FaZe wrapped around, they might get eyes locked back towards the petrol garage.
Yeah, the petrol station, the gas station has got Kurjeems looking at it. You've Exhalation looking here as well. Besto jumping up, scouting the rest of this position, but Entropic are back up to a 3, soon to be a 4. And I love, this is a great decision by Dedrix. Look at the angle he has, waiting for Besto to try vault it over. I am really impressed, but never mind that fight. We have win or die going head to head with Tractor Team.
Okay, you can still see him on the bottom side. Jedrix did pick up Best, but I did take the trenches. Tractor Team coming in late now, but P90 in the hands of Extend. Jenny does get Best, so he did spot him. But now it's going to be a big push. Dangerous though for Win or Die. They've got to make sure no nades come in. And Tractor Team, they've got to go full farm mode now as they push W key down towards the position.
Yeah, look at the kill feed. It's lighting up right now. Young Danes to just destroy Pod Samolet. They're hoping to get back up towards the top of the leaderboard here too. Armanzi gets the off angle, but only lands one headshot onto Extends. There's a Panzer there too, but the nade will manage to find that kill. Lighted and Jambo. Last 2 up. Lighted missing the opportunity to get the knock. Turns his attention to the one player. Does find it, but here come Ascend.
Here come Ascend, a third-party action for them. Dano working their way, and this area is so key at the moment to try and take it back. On the other side, though, Tropic do find Exhalation come down, and James, though, activates from the shack. He's able to get a quick kill confirmed, and Tropic down towards 2. Looks like it's down to Hawkeye. Dedrix, though, Jenny's going to be confirmed out if they can't get to him in time, but he's on the outside edge, and Exhalation are holding them down.
Exhalation looking to finish with a bang. Hockey and Dedrix are there, but Salak will find Hockey. And now Dedrix is the last player up. Did find Salak as he peeked up over. Win or Die do get eliminated by a combination of Ascend and Tractor Team on the other side of the circle. This is more like it. 5 kills for them. And now they focus on BBL.
Tropic fall as well. 7th place. It's very dangerous. This is about controlling for zone. And the lost Iro, Sheila, I know they're a dangerous team. Interesting they gave up this position, and look at that. Look at the young Danes pushing on the map as well. BBL looking back this way, goes back towards Ascend, and young Danes will start farming. Didn't take him long. Exhalation going to go out 6th place. 5 teams remain, 13 people left, and it's the last game of day 2.
Pixel's aggressive style of IGLing is really suiting young Danes with the firepower they have. They cleared up Exhalation. Now they focus on the zone. Ascend taking control of the West now too, forcing BBL out. And when you look at the positions that they have, they know that BBL's only real avenue of escape is by going further in towards the blue. Thunderlost spots out James and can't hit the headshot, which will allow FaZe to get closer in towards the center of the zone. Remember, James, oh no, this could go bad because Pixels move close by. Thunder eliminates Kiliakai from below, and there's Shella will get traded back by Mika.
Look at this, they know they're gonna try and push back. Ascend want to keep the numbers up. We said this throughout the grand final. Ascend can keep the numbers, they might get the win. It's Chris puts Kiliakai over his shoulder and says, I've got you. He's pushing him back towards the trenches though, as Bexico, he's gonna start getting engaged. They've got to try and stop this push here from BBL, and they've got to do it quickly because the young Danes will take no second guessing to close off as much of this gap as possible.
Yeah, 13 players alive. A couple of these teams playing minus players. Ascend aren't one of them, though. Thunder will attempt now to res Shilla. Iro playing inside the smoke, but look at the way this is being played. Let's not forget, you can't see it on your minimap, but Hoyle are still in this game, and Rurn is just making his way into the circle towards the north side, and I feel like that could be a problem for Mixon if he is not alive to it.
It's dangerous. Big IGL, big brain, knows there might be a push coming the other side. And the question is how close that he knows that Famus is. Does see one. Shots will come out. Is Chris going to engage though? There goes one. The Famus comes down as Kiliakai will fall. It's Chris. Now needs to be cautious. Mexico needs to move down. Young Danes go aggressive in the field. They take the car rotate, but it gets denied and turned back the other way.
Yeah, this is really good from Ascend now. They've knocked Pixel
Huge.
and they've got the knock here onto Hjort, so both of them will fall. And that will force Young Danes to reposition. Now BBL, knowing that one of these teams is weak and Ascend are focused on it, they're pushing this way now as well. They think that they can catch out Ascend, but Ascend look ready for it, right? You've got Chris focusing on what BBL could do.
This is insane from Ascend. They've gone backwards and forwards. I kind of like it that they know the dangers on both sides. They're not dropping the ball. They're not getting tunnel vision into an individual team or a location. They've got a job to do, and they are executing it well. BBL are on the other side. Let's not forget about the solo wolf. Not quite the wolf pack. Maruna does hit pretty hard. 4 kills. We've got to remember, engagement from him was like one of the first engagements, and he's not too far away. Can he sneak himself into zone? Will he get seen though? It will be Ascend that will pick him up because the young Danes are focusing inward.
With 2 solo wolves, you've Rurn and James, FaZe and Hoyle, and it's just a case of which of these players can outlive each other even more. BBL still very close to Ascend now. Ascend focused on them. We get that quiet. This is my favorite part, Mark, when suspense starts to build. And, you know, we whisper as casters. This is where we start to speak slowly and whisper to build that suspense for the viewers.
No! Get action. BBL. They're in a difficult spot now. Zone shifted away. Ascend will be able to control slightly. 2-2 split for them. The Young Danes lost 2. They disengaged slightly. But the solos are both out. In actually, with Ascend running out towards the edge of blue, if they've not picked up how, could be quite dangerous for them, and BBL, they look to take on FaZe.
And they know that James is in that location. They're thereabouts. We can yeah, there the head's been spotted by Sheila now. This is probably the end of James unless he can pull off a hero play, making his way inside the circle. And all of this attention focused on James. You've got to be careful about the fact that Ascend are still to your other side, and that smoke's a good thing to do.
Well, I think James knows this. He knows if he can keep them with their backs towards the other team, likelihood is the third party will come in. BBL also identifying, pushing forward. Smoke does come out. Fenderlos looking for the outside edge. I wouldn't be surprised for the nade to be locked onto the trees. And there goes one. Whoa! 52 damage. Jeans puts him heavy. Flash comes in. He makes a bolt towards the zone, but it's a bolt in 5th place as we will see him fall. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1. And it's our final go. And there we go. Hal has been picked up. And it's not bad position. The Send have full control of the zone now.
Yeah, Kiliakai is moving aggressively here. Micah's aiming towards Young Danes. They'll get eliminated. That's 10 kills for Ascend now. And it's a 4v3 for the win. Thunderlost making the move, but look at the control that Ascend have. They have most of the circle locked in. It's just about who gets that all-important next knock.
Going to be about that important next knock, and it's got to be controlled. Ascend find themselves in a top spot now for the first time. Has BBL been here before? Let's see if they're cool, calm, and collective. Ascend got the extra gun. They've got the zone. Let's see if they can make the extra angle work in their favour. But now it might slow down a little bit as BBL will have to bring a game plan that will get them a chicken dinner.
But where's that first opportunity going to arise? Shilla's playing the snake inside the shack for now. Mika doing some jump scouting here as well. Now with those concrete ballers that can give you some cover, it'll allow Ascend to get more aggressive, but that shift is really bad for BBL. They find themselves almost fully outside the circle now, and it's even more control for Ascend.
Maybe the start of a land. I'm not going to say it yet. I'm not going to say the team at the moment. I don't want to give them the PUBG curse, but with Ascend with the extra number, it's Chris holds one side, Brexco on the other. We did see this fall short for them though when it came down to the BB team, but with an L, that might be different. They won't want to drop the ball. They are downhill. BBL need to move in towards them. Expect BBL to lay low though. Like for me, just stay down, stay prone, and try and get yourself into a position, or just graffiti the inside of a shack. Hey,
yeah, nice PGC graphic in there. Maybe he's manifesting that he'll be there later on this year. You never know. A lot of PUBG to be played before PGC 2024. Wow, it's 2024. That's scary. Let's not focus about how old me and you have gotten. Chris, though, it's the calm before the storm, as you said, and it's all about that first engagement.
It's going to be down to the first knock, and BBL need the first knock to put the numbers back in their favour. They're playing pocket though. It's Chris going to put the FAMAS in the hands, and it is down. It's only got 30 shots in the chamber. So maybe that will fall short. Maybe that will ring out across this forest ending. But they are having a look. There we go. We see the players. It's Chris now. Target acquired. But Iro gets the initial shots onto him, forcing It's Chris back behind cover to try and get the meds on when he can.
Notice how he heard the fact it was a Dragonov as well, so he's changed his mindset on the way he is going to peak on this, because with it being a Dragonov and he's only got a level 2 helmet, you don't want to give BBL that opening. Iro lays down some cover, but Thunderlost will get knocked by Braxco, and this is all Ascend now. It's a 4 versus 2. Kiliakai sprays inside the smoke as Shilla will regroup. BBL need to divide and conquer, but Chris gets the knock on the Shilla mark, and Ascend are on the verge of a huge win.
Let's go, and there he goes, going to go straight to the zone. Actually doesn't, he gets the last kill. It's a 13 kill game, 23 points. We jinxed Ascend. We took our whole opportunity for the game, not to mention them once, and they bagged themselves a chicken dinner. Now I don't know, Gibson, if I want to bring back FedEx, because I feel like when I say it, there's going to be a smiley person sitting behind it. So I think let's just hold FedEx for... Oh, there he is. I knew he's smiling as well. I knew it was going to be the case. Ascend with a chicken dinner. They got it in the end. It was good. It felt controlled though. But FedEx, they kept all 4 up alive. I think that's the winning source, the secret source for Ascend. Keep the numbers up, get the angles, get yourself a chicken dinner.
Yeah, great stuff coming up from Ascend. Loved seeing them pull things back. As you said, they made sure to keep all 4 players alive, and you could tell at some point they were kind of almost looking to wrap one of the edges, as you normally do if you're the last team alive as a foreman. I think they knew that at this point, and you have so much space, as much as they did, you are kind of prone, right? You're kind of prone to wrap one edge. They didn't, and they made sure not to lose anyone, not to engage anyone unnecessarily. And I gotta tip my hat off to Brexco's awareness. To expect the YD push, to know the rest of the lobby that well, that even though there is, 150, 200 meters difference, and not necessarily even a zone advantage of YD pushing out, to still expect them to go out of the compound and push Ascent is crazy, without Ascent even actively fighting. So Brexco's awareness and Killiakai's awareness as well on that northern edge, even way before any of the fights even happened, I think that's what won them game.
Yeah, and that was the pixel-style IGLing too from Young Danes. They were making a play to win the game.
Yeah. An amazing one.
In their minds, if they pulled that off, they were going to win the map. And it just came down, as you said, to the awareness on the side of Ascent to hold them back. Because if Young Danes got that first knock, that game would have been completely different. But we always talk about those 2-2 splits, and you know, the team being in the middle is usually the team that gets wiped out. Because they were able to get those knocks on the Young Danes, it meant that wasn't going to be a possibility.
It all came down to the IGL though from Ascent. That was key, because Young Danes this evening have got away with those pushes, right? We saw it in Takeover.
Oh yeah.
They played quick and fast in towards a position. This time they got caught out by the big brains, and that fell short. Their survivability was good at the end, but it then came down to how did Ascend play. They didn't rush it. They didn't go too aggressive on BBL, as you said, Felix, making those aggressive pushes. It just felt controlled, and that's the Ascend I'm used to watching, Felix.
Yeah. Once again, I love it. I love that they didn't over necessarily engage anyone. I would have expected them to. You said it yourself. I would have expected them to go out of their way to engage BBL down there. They knew they had the advantage. They had the high ground. Yes, sure, BBL held some ridge lines, and you know they had a pretty wide ridge line, which usually means there's lots of angles that you have to cover as a team pushing down. But they could have made it work, but they didn't. Once again, they were expecting other teams to immediately third party in there and just let the zone work for themselves. So great stuff coming out from Ascent. They really needed that as well. As we said, they didn't, even before that point, they haven't really had many options in the games that we've seen so far, in the 9 games before that, to engage edge teams. Way before that, they did. They weren't pressured into pushing anyone, because they already did have 10 or 7, 8, 9 frags at that point, because they cleared out the edge beforehand, and I think that was a key as well.
It's very, very key. Obviously, Young Danes, as you said, fell a bit short. BBL though, Gibson, they've been consistent all day. Yes, they didn't get the chicken dinner that's deserved so far, but yet again we speak how strong BBL are. Yet again we find BBL in a second position, and they're putting kills under their belt.
They're on a massive transition in their form over the last few days. It's almost as if that they were watching everything that Felix said on Tuesday about what they were doing wrong and fixed it, right? So one of the things that Felix pointed out on Tuesday, which was on the first day of the lower bracket, was they were playing a little bit too passive. They were rotating a phase slower than they needed to. They were always focused on the next zone instead of the 1, 2, or 3 ahead. It looks like they've adapted and changed all of those things, and they've become a real factor in the late game, game after game after game. And if they continue improving, don't be surprised if they make a huge push tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta say as well, they're not hugging the edge as much anymore, and that's what I love to say. You said it as well. The rotation timings is way better. I mean, just that Erangel game beforehand, I think that was a perfect explanation of what we saw. Not even that, the Tego game as well. They make sure to get into even more centralized spots earlier on, so that they don't necessarily need to have these traps later on anymore, as opposed to what we usually saw. Even though when they don't get the zone, they still do it now, right? I mean, this Erangel zone as well, it was quite far off their usual drop spot. So yeah, love to see it from BBL. We all know they have the dragging power, and I gotta say, Iroh as well in this game. Again, I said it very first day of the upper bracket. If we want to see BBL as a top contender for this tournament, and just generally the 2024 esports scene, we need to have Iroh back. We need to have the 2022 Iroh, 2021 Iroh back that, you know, has this fiery passion for this game, and it's just absolutely clowns on everyone. And I think he's getting there at the moment.
It's not far away, if not there already. Let's have a look, though. It's day number 2. How are things closed out on the leaderboard? As we've only got 5 more games to go. Idrobic, back-to-back days there, guys. They still sit in the top. 86 points. Young Danes are in second. Na'Vi will sit a third. Win or die up in 4th. BBL, they launch in towards 5th place. But it's actually Ascent, a +6. They've moved from 12th for me up in towards 6th place. And we're getting a little bit of a trend as well here, Felix, because we've got, so far, we've got Entropic with 2 winner chicken dinners. We've got Navi with 2 winner chicken dinners. We've got Young Danes with the solo one at the moment, and BB with the solo, and the Mad Bulls get a double. So a couple of teams here have got double chicken dinners on the board. So points for placement getting stolen away. We're seeing a little bit of a difference between splits and the leaderboard. As much as I'd like to say it's split a little bit further away, I don't think it is. I think we can write out, as much as I want to say the tractor team at the moment, I think if Hal have a good early couple of games tomorrow, it might be different.
Look, as much as I'd like to keep this this suspense around qualifying, yeah, we got to be realistic. Like, tractor team is just not going to compete for these 2 wildcard spots at the moment. So honestly are on plenty of these teams. It's only 5 more games. I don't rule anything out, but the Young Danes, they're on track. Like, they are on track. But win or die, not as much anymore. Obviously, the second spot is going to be way more contested, and the further this tournament goes, the more teams are going to be focused on this specific team. Not the first team, but the second not qualified team yet for PAC, in order to focus on them as well, maybe a little bit more. I think that's what's going to be relevant, at least tomorrow, for the last couple of games. But yeah, man, the Young Danes, interestingly enough, once again, the roster that doesn't necessarily even need this spot with Pixelic and Page playing in a completely different region, signed for SSG, not even in need of this, and a team that hasn't even practiced, still competing as good as they did. It's crazy to think about.
Well, let's remind ourselves, though, of this schedule. What have we got left of this tournament? Because everyone is fighting hook or by crook. Upper bracket, done. Lower bracket, done. Grand finals, day 1 and 2, done. We've only got 1 more day. It's going to be back same time tomorrow. 5 games, and it is that wild card. I think the wild card is going to come in towards a lot more visualization. We've got the prize pool, don't forget, and we are still fighting for money because there is money on the line. But you're right, the Young Danes are taking potentially what is a crazy team into a position, because them and Win or Die are the 2 holding those wildcard spots, Gibson.
Holding the wildcard spots and holding some of those cash money prize spots as well. So it's a bit of a double dip for them as we look at that prize pool. 8,000 total up for grabs, Mark, and I think that Young Danes could definitely be in the mix for winning this whole event. I'd say everybody down as far as BB team are still in with a great chance, because if we're talking about it, Entropic, they're doing just enough to stay on top, but not enough to build a gap. So it's getting really tight going into the final day. And that prize pool, look, it's a lovely little lift for these players if they can get a win. Like, you take that 2,500, that's nice to get before the event. It'll make you feel good. You can use all that extra money to buy as much RGB as you can to give yourself the best chance in PEC.
Get yourself a new laptop. And look, closing statements, Felix, after day number 2. What's kind of really impressed you? Who is the rising stars of this day?
Rising stars, I got to give it to Win or Die. I didn't expect the performance and the consistency. Same goes with Entropic. They've once again made it into late game, and yeah, it's I got to look back at these games because their rotations seem to be on point. I called them silent rotates to some degree because they don't ever seem to pretty much drive into anyone. I think their rotation pathing is on point so far. So I'm excited to see that going into tomorrow. And yeah, Win or Die. Silent killers as well. They are making sure to never go out of a round without at least having a fight they have a chance in this one as well. Sure, they got third party by Ascent, but they once again put up a great show. And yeah, also Ascent finishing off this day is as good as it gets from me, I guess.
Jigs them all day. Look, Gibson, same question for you, mate. Like, what's the sort of takeaways? What's been your highlights, though, for day 2?
Definitely going to have to say Win or Die as well. You and I have, since the very first scrim we saw this year, kind of went, this team has a ton of potential, and they've seemed to fix a lot of their problems. They're getting warmer and warmer as this event goes on. Don't expect them, or don't be surprised if going into the last 2 maps they are ready. All in all, this is set up to be an incredibly tight final day. It's going to be a lot of fun. And tomorrow we will see the end of the first official event in Europe this year. Be here or No, be here. I'm not giving you a choice. Just be here tomorrow.
Just be here. Just be here. Well, let's take the opportunity to thank the partners. Obviously, Esports 360, Tulpar, as covering us for the notebooks. As I said, Bing Esports, so in all production, and PUBG Esports. Gibson's right, though it is the final day. It's going to be explosive action. We'll be back here the same time, same place, same channels. I want to make sure all of you are in chat and let us know tomorrow who you think's going to be taking the lion's share of the prize pool and who's going to be taking the wild cards. For now, that's good night from us. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.